Hey everyone, Happy New Year's. Hey Jingle Balls. Lawnmower Man, how are you? Hey 9mm and Sinful Butterfly, how are y'all? Pickle Me Elmo, how are you? Robin like the bird, how are you doing tonight? Thank you, Jingle Balls. Hey Neil, Happy New Year's. Sandra, how are you? The ad scared. I'm sorry, Simple Butterfly. Julie, Happy New Year to you. Let's see, Nightbot is already slacking. You're welcome, Sandra. Crime Crazy, have you talked to my son today? Sample Butterfly, Happy New Year to you as well. Well, I done sent him like 3 messages and he's ignoring me. Princess Megan, how are you? 9mm, you talk to him? Well, uh, I talked to him a little while earlier, and then I sent him a message, and now he's ignoring me. Unless he may be asleep. So that could be why he's not answering me. Exit screaming? I don't know. It's, this has been a rough one. Living life with BB, how are you? I know, Jingle Balls. That's why I'm not gonna send him another message because yeah, if he's sleeping, he needs to sleep. Yeah, Sandra, I'm just getting started, honey. Wine, chocolate, and steakhouse. Jay, look, how are you? Hey, Fern. Living life, I'm doing all right. Starting to get sore throat a little bit. Princess Megan was talking about Sifa. Hey, B, how are you? Kim O, happy New Year's to you as well. Misty, how are you? How much do you get for memberships? Um, YouTube takes 30%. Hey, Casey. Yes, B, I'm doing good. Vapor, how are you? Did I look at your message today? Hold on. I don't think I did. Hey, Cheryl. Hey, Laura, how are you? Happy New Year's. Okay, hold on, Vapor. Let me look real quick. Okay, so looking at the mutual friends, and some of them are pretty close friends. Oh, damn. You talking about Vapor? You're talking about the 64 mutual friends? Is that what you're talking about? Care for my eyes today. Well, Cheryl, I hope you get to feeling better. Okay, what is it? Oh, dang. So that's kind of scary. Thank you, 9 millimeter. Yeah, vapor, that's crazy. Like 64 of them. Oh my gosh. Hey, Ken, how are you? Happy New Year's. Let's see, 8:38 p.m., couple more hours. Oh, Princess, it is 10:39 here, so I have almost an hour and a half. 9 millimeter, thank you so much for gifting us memberships. That was very sweet of you. Fern, yes. Let's pray that 2023 turns out to be a better year than 2022, for sure. I ain't even into my chat on my phone. Hey, Courtney, how are you? For Chihuahuas, Happy New Year to you as well. Yorkie Mama, Happy New Year's to you. Feel like I've been saying that since 2019. Well, hopefully it'll be better. Hey, Aaron, Happy New Year to you. Just Ann, Happy New Year to you. Thank you very much for joining us. Hey, Shane, Happy New Year to you. No, wait, Shane, are you in Australia as well? Okay, expect the worst, hope for the best. Is that how it goes? I think that's how it is, Misty. Expect the worst, but hope for the best. Or hope for the best and expect the worst, or something like that. It's all those same words. I just don't remember the order they're supposed to go in. Banker guy, thank you so much for that. And it says thanks for the work. Happy New Year. Well, thank you for joining us and for the support, and Happy New Year to you as well. Let's see. Hey, Laura. Let's see. I am in Texas. Is it 2023 yet? Not yet, Laura, because if you're in Central Time Zone, me and you'll be hitting 2023 at the same time. Okay, Courtney says expect the worst but hope for the best. Okay. I knew it was something like that, but Justine, well, we're happy to have you back again with us. All right, so 19 minutes to go on the East Coast. Well, thank you all for coming and hanging out with me tonight. I don't know if White Widow Baby will make it in. She's got some stuff going on with her family. I'll have to check in on her in a little while. Pickle Me Elmo, I don't know. I haven't seen in a while. Okay, Vapor says prepare for the worst but hope for the best. I need to make a shirt of that. Yeah, I believe what you give out, you get back tenfold, maybe not straight away, but in the long run. Yes, Laura, I agree with that. Nanny, how are you? Oh, fine. I wouldn't be any other place on New Year's. I'm not about to get out with all the crazy folks tonight. Plus, there ain't really nothing to do around here but go watch a bunch of fireworks that they do the same thing every year anyway, so it's not like it's anything different. That will be next August in Truckee. Oh, to prepare for the worst. Hey, Collins Avenue, how are you? Maybe I need to make the shirts and have them ready for August then. So I like to watch NYC Countdown New Year's Ball. Are they doing the ball drop this year? Wait, wait, what am I looking for? Okay, one second. Let me look at this row here. What is this? Okay, when you realize the guy that really sad innocent people comes in with his dad, talk to you while he got his car fixed. Okay, well, Milo says Happy New Year to everyone. Okay, prepare for Nevada County. Okay, so breaking news. Hey, Brian R., how are you? See, I was just told by Day that I can either cancel my birthday here in 60 minutes or start counting backwards. So, Brian, your birthday is on the 1st? Little Steffi, how are you? Yeah, I tell my husband that every time Milo starts making noises that he doesn't have to get up and get him out of the room because all of y'all like hearing him. Sandra, he literally just got through eating a can of tuna fish. Let's see. So my oldest son Brian was the one on the 30th the other day. Oh, okay, Brian. Well, y'all don't let me forget. We're gonna wish Brian a happy birthday once it hits midnight. Okay, I take issue with the media claiming that the source of DNA tracked to Kohberger when Chief Ross said no less than 10 times that can only release any detail leading to the arrest. Oh, it's a labor after getting out from college. Oh, wow, Laura. All right, let me grab the screenshot real quick. Hold on one second. I need to ask my husband something about this. Okay. Hey, Lori, Happy New Year. Pickle me Elmo, your cats are looking for Milo. I don't know where he went. I think he must went back in the living room. Okay, let's see here. I'm just trying to get some more stuff out of my emails. Izzy, how are you? And Happy New Year. Hey, Wolfpack. Happy New Year. All right, so I got a couple of different things that I'm going to read to y'all, but I got several different news clips as well. I'm going to try not to talk as much tonight because I'm starting to get a sore throat. I know that's probably going to be impossible, but oh, little Steffi, thank you so much for the super sticker. That was very sweet of you. Thank you. Okay. Trying to remember which one it was that I wanted to read to y'all first, though. Hmm. All right, let me get this video pulled up here. Okay, one second. Okay, in my opinion, this guy's an incel and should be charged with femicide allegedly. Yeah, there's no, I was listening to another thing today. There's no thing of him having a girlfriend, a wife, an ex-girlfriend, a fiance, nothing. Hey, Pokey Dots, how are you? All right, let me get this off the screen so y'all can see it. Pokey Dots, you're not late. I haven't even started the first video yet. I've just been saying hi to everyone. Wait, did you see the video of another creator who had a collar? No. What kind of collar, Wolfpack? Who called in and asked about— Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Called in and asked about the questions in regards to the case. It sounded like yes, I know who you're talking about, but I believe he he called the number back. He went through like his call log or whatever and called the number back, and then it wasn't this Bryan guy. And that's what people were saying last night in the chat, that it turned out to not be him. Okay, if you listen to the phone call Olivia had with the ex-friend of his, he said he kinda had a girlfriend in high school. Now, I know that there was, and I'll have to go back and watch Olivia's. There was a girl, and I can't remember what her name is, but they did an interview with her, and there was a picture of her and Bryan and, I guess a friend of theirs that got married, and they were in the picture together, and said that she become friends with him in high school, and she said it was just like a normal type friendship. But I will have to go back and watch, Olivia's thing. Okay, can we listen? Let's see. Adult Tic Tac girl said he had a girlfriend, but she's also almost 30. His message ex-friend high school. I don't know, little Stephanie. He may have. I couldn't find anything of him having a girlfriend, but that doesn't mean that he didn't. So I see she shows the guy's phone number on her video. Vapor, do you remember what the name of her video is? Or when it came out? Was it like today or yesterday or something? That way I can go back and watch it tonight. Patty, I was watching, my husband was scrolling through YouTube today, and I was sitting at the computer and I was trying to find some different stuff, looking on Moscow's website and everything. And he comes to this YouTube channel and the guy's reading, and I actually have the article. I'm going to read it tonight. And it's talking about, came out 3 hours. Okay, thank you, Vapor. And it's talking about how he's this creepy dude and, he's said things towards women and all that. And you would have thought literally I saw a ghost because I looked at my husband and I was like, "Oh shit." I wonder if he was the dude that was kicked out, the creepy dude that they were talking about, that was kicked out of the corner club that night. Because what they were saying in this article and then what was being said about the corner club, because everybody to begin with thought that it was Hoodie Guy that was kicked out. And it would make perfect sense that if it's apparently it wasn't Hoodie Guy, it was some other creepy dude that was making the girls feel uncomfortable, and they kicked the guy out, and it would have made sense that that's the reason why the Hoodie Guy was walking to the food truck with them. But I'm gonna go over that after we watch this. Like I said, I've got the article I'm gonna read because the dude is just, I don't know. It seems like he's got an issue with women. I mean, it would have made perfect sense if he was at the corner club that night. He's making the girls, and once y'all hear the article that I'm gonna read, and the things that he said to other women, it'll make sense. He says this Bryan used to weigh over 300 pounds. Is when he developed. Oh yeah, I did see that. Somebody else. It was another article. They said that he lost like 100 pounds. You know, he was like really overweight when he was younger. He lost probably close to 100 pounds, and when he went through like the whole weight loss thing, that's when he started. He changed. Hey, Brad, how are you? And they was like, they didn't understand, what caused him to change or anything like that. It was just like, they didn't know what was wrong with him. He just changed on them. Okay, if you Google vegan places to eat in Moscow, the Mad Greek, yes, I did look up the Grub Truck because I wanted to see. I knew that they had like the mac and cheese. Uh, what was it called? I just call it mac and cheese. But hey, Annette P. But it was called something else on their menu. But they had that, tacos, burritos, and stuff like that. Because I was wanting to see if maybe they serve vegan food. And then we was looking up some other stuff, and then we saw where the Mad Greek had, uh, yes, a carbonara, thank you. Um, where the Mad Greek had the vegan food and stuff like that. So maybe he saw them uh, there. Maybe he went there. Maybe that was the stalker that everybody's been talking about. Um, maybe it wasn't just Kaylee that he was stalking. Maybe it was all three of them: Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee. Fern, I'm not sure if he did or not, if he had a weight loss surgery. They just said that he lost like a lot of weight, and whenever he lost the weight, that's when he changed. And the one guy that I read, and I believe I have the article here that I may read tonight. Um, the guy that was being interviewed said that he has Asperger's, so he's on the autism spectrum. And he said that he thought that maybe this Bryan guy was too, and that they were friends, and then Bryan got physical with him, and they had a physical altercation, and he said that he had to cut ties with him because of that. Okay. Okay, don't get the butter sauce on me. I don't like the way it. All right. Okay. Let's see. I got my cable and small pick over YouTube of the stream with a messenger in the background, and I know 12 of you text the answer. Okay. Hey, Bree, how are you? All right, so let's go ahead and get into this. Make sure all my stuff is on the volume and everything is cut up on it for y'all.
Fox News alert, authorities in Pennsylvania arresting 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger, a graduate student in criminology at Washington State, for the brutal slayings of Ford University of Idaho students. Former FBI Assistant Director Chris Swecker joins us now. Chris, we're glad to have you on the program this morning. You're the type of perspective that we need. So just at the outset, you have the same details that many of us do this morning, perhaps a few more. What are your initial reactions on the arrest of this suspect?
Yeah, it's a good piece of police work here, detective work. They did the gumshoe things that you have to do to solve a case like this. I think DNA played a very, very significant role. In fact, I know it did, leading to the identification of the suspect. And that's really, the forensics, I think, are going to loom large in a circumstantial case like this and in proving the case as well. No eyewitness. Here we now have a graduate student in criminology, a PhD student in criminology, who bears so much resemblance to Ted Bundy. It's scary. They were both students at a high level. Bundy was a law student. Kohberger was a criminal justice PhD. They both moved away from their initial universities to, I believe, to get away from their earlier crimes, and as did Kohberger and Bundy both. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out over the next couple of days and see if they're, I hate to say it, but other victims.
So, Chris, just following up on that, that's an interesting observation on yours. Do you have a suspicion then this wouldn't be his first crime?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a behavioral scientist, but those that the FBI behavioral scientists have been studying this for a long time, and people like this don't just spontaneously combust overnight. I mean, there's a buildup to it. There are urges. Those urges are latent, and then they're played out in stalking and breaking and entering and creeping through people's houses and that sort of thing, and peeping into windows, and that urge becomes more overt at some point. Now, he's 28 years old. I find it hard to believe that his first kill is a violent quadruple homicide using a large hunting knife, and it just doesn't ring true to me. I think there's a buildup to this. I'm afraid that if you look back at his previous college at DeSales, I think is the name of it, you might find some history there.
Right, that's a college back in Pennsylvania. I have a limited amount of time with you. I want to see if I can fit these two questions in. So at the amount of information we have right now, you mentioned the behavioral sciences unit at the FBI. How odd are the details around this crime? Meaning, you look for patterns, and you're just mentioning one of the patterns, previous crimes. Is this an outlier in your mind right now, or does it fit sort of the proverbial profile of a killer?
Yeah, I don't think he's an outlier in the context of mass murderers or serial killers. I mean, they have this urge to kill. They can act normal for a period of time, and then they go psychotic. Then they go back to normal, or at least normal on the outward, looking inside. So I don't, I think he fits a pretty common profile in the context of serial killers and mass murderers.
So really quickly then, Chris, explain to me, and I know this is in 30 seconds if you can, genealogical DNA. He left DNA behind at the crime scene. I'm assuming that means he has no criminal records to tie that DNA to, but you can find in his family tree, perhaps somewhere in the government database, DNA, and trace back down to him?
Yeah, there's a new thing called forensic genealogy, and the FBI has pioneered that. There are commercial DNA databases now, as we all know. We can pay the money and we can get our own genealogy, and people do that all the time. Well, across all those different companies, there's a significant database of DNA, and DNA of relatives has built up. And with a subpoena or a search warrant, you can go into those databases. So I think that's the type of DNA that played a significant role here.
All right, Chris. Great conversation with you this morning. Insight there that we didn't have prior to talking to you. So we appreciate you jumping on Fox and Friends.
Thank you. Have a good morning.
Okay. So, do y'all think that he's done this before? Yes, Brian R., happy birthday. Okay, Jay, look, you don't think he has? Still think they need to check into those other two. Hey, Jason, North Carolina, how are you? I still think that they, just to be on the safe side, they need to check into the other two murders. I don't think it would hurt. All right, so some of you are saying yes, some are saying no, some are saying you're not too sure. You can bet his law class that I was watching is that trial as a class assignment. I read, or somebody took a screenshot of it, I don't remember where it was posted at, but someone, I guess, had asked if they knew anything about him or had any contact or something like that with him, and one lady had answered that her sister did, and her sister went to WSU, and, she said that her sister was telling them that after the murders happened, that he was, like, wanting to know everybody's thoughts on it and all this and that, and it was like an assignment that they had to do, like, write, I guess, an essay about it or whatever, and he actually read everybody's, um, reports and graded them on the murders in Idaho. Let's see, some classmates have said that he seemed happier and more talkative after the murders. Wow. Hey, Indianapolis, how are you? I don't know. This dude is just, I've read several different things on him today. One saying that he was um, a serial killer fanatic, like he was very interested in serial SKs. I need to watch what I say. That he was a huge fan of them. I mean, I showed y'all what the resemblance between him and Bundy, how much they looked alike, which is creepy as hell. I just wonder what his parents think. Let's see, nothing like throwing out your opinion on a crime to the guy who actually did the crime. Yeah. And what's so bad though is that this guy, like, he went and he did these murders, and he just went back to his life like he had never, like he didn't do anything. Um, it's just crazy. Like he celebrates his birthday. He goes back to school. He's teaching. eh, like just went on with everyday life like he didn't have a care in the world. Okay, and this explains a roommate calling a friend first. But you know what? I was thinking about that today too. And I want to get y'all's opinion on this. Was it ever proven that Dylan and Bethany was at home that night? I know police said that they were, blah, 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 and all this and that. But was it actually proven? Because what if they were just saying, what if the law enforcement was just saying that they were home that night and for whatever reason the person who did this didn't uh, get them? Like, apparently they were sleeping. They didn't hear anything. If he planned on switching schools, he would have packed up his apartment before he left. Apparently, though, he was supposed to be leaving and going to South America. Um, can't remember if they said the day after he got arrested, he was supposed to go, or Monday. I can't remember which one of the 2 days, but they did say that he was planning on going to South America. But, anyway, so the reason why I was asking about the roommates, because y'all remember how I always said it seemed kinda weird that they were out in the community, but they were separate, they wasn't together, but then they ended up back home, at 1 o'clock mysteriously. Hey, South Texas, how are you? Um, I'm wondering if they really wasn't home. Could it have been that they really wasn't home that night, and that's the reason why the bodies wasn't found until almost 12 o'clock? Is because that's around the time that the roommates came home, and they just happened to walk in the house and find them. So sick, sick and tired of li Well, South Texas, I'm sorry, I hope you get to, feeling better soon. Hey, Crystal, how are you? Happy New Year. Scott, Ash, how are you? Because we were thinking about that. Me and my husband were talking about that earlier. If you have it's very plausible that the 2 girls slept, and they slept in late, and they didn't get up until almost noon. I get that. Okay, that was never really a big deal in my mind. But it seems like if you have 2 girls, what is the chances that they're gonna wake up at the same time? because the way they're explaining it, the girls go upstairs and it's like they find Ethan at the same time. They think that he's unconscious, like they're together. They call the friends over or whatever. So how do we know that they were even there? They might not even been there, and then they just came in around that time from wherever it was they stayed the night at, and they walk in the house and they find them. Yes, Robin, like a bird, always um, be mindful of who's around you. Okay, does she have an email to send link? Bree, my email is posted at the top of the chat. There's something off about the roommates. Yeah. B, there's one in particular that I think is still sketchy. I'm not gonna say she had anything to do with it. She could be completely innocent. It just may be the vibe that people get, but it's like everybody is, getting the same type of vibe off that one roommate. And yes, Cheryl, and but nobody ever brings up anything about the other roommate and getting any type of bad vibes. It's just I still to this day don't know what it is. Okay, but what if the dog was still in the room and everybody's that therefore just two roommates downstairs? I would think the dog would raise holy hell. But I wonder if the dog barking on the third floor, if that is where the dog was at, because we still don't know what room the dog was in. They never said. They just said that whenever police got there, they found the dog in a room where a crime did not happen. So that's only going to either leave Kaylee's bedroom that she was staying in before she moved out, the upstairs bathroom, the bedroom on the second floor that's by the kitchen that nobody was staying in. That's really, if you think about it, the only 3 rooms that they could have put the dog in, that there wasn't a crime scene. Hold on one second. All right. Hold on one second, y'all. All right. Hey, Jan, how are you? Big Al, how are you? See, a little bit dollars to donuts. One of these girls rejected him at some point. The rage killing. Big Al, that's what I was talking about earlier. I've got an article that is talking about how this Bryan guy has talked to women in the past and like the names that he's called them and stuff like that. So I was wondering if he is the creepy guy that got kicked out of the bar that night. Maybe he was trying to flirt with them or something like that and they rejected him, or maybe he was just saying stuff that made him feel uncomfortable. They kicked him out of the bar. He got upset over it. And what happened, we already know. Hey, Joe, how are you? On the spectrum and doesn't have social skills. Well, his court-appointed attorney did say that he needs to have um, a psychological evaluation done before he goes to court or goes into any type of trial or anything. Okay, is 2023 going to be a good year? 2022 sucks. Camo Country Girl, we're going to pray that 2023 is better. Okay. Now, let me find this other one real quick. Was he a tutor, grad student, tutor for extra money? IML, I've heard that he was an assistant, a teacher's assistant or assistant teacher or something like that. It's something like that. They didn't really call it a tutor, but although he could have been one. But they said that they had went in and searched his apartment and his office that were both at the WSU campus, and that he had the students that he was teaching, he had them to write a report on what they thought about the murders after they happened. Huda, how are you? Yes, he was a security guard before. So he's always had a lot of different things to do with schools and, going to school, um, teacher's assistant, a tutor. He was a security guard at one. Okay, so let me grab, I think I bookmarked that, so I gotta find it real quick. Mm, all right, give me a second, y'all. I gotta find my bookmarks here. Because there was one, yes, this one right here. He was accused of scaring. Oh, wait, no, 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 no. I don't want to do that. Shit. Almost. Give me a second, y'all. I was on the wrong tab and almost knocked myself out of StreamYard. Okay. See, I don't believe rage has anything to do with this case. I firmly believe it was planned out. Tom, I believe it was planned out. I really do. Background check and fingerprints. Yeah, I would think that they would have had to have done a background check and all that on him. I mean, like I said, he was wanting, the students to write a report on the Idaho murders, which is, I don't know, this dude is, I have no words for this dude, honestly, y'all. I gotta, Give me a second. I gotta get all of these ads off of this so they don't start playing. What the hell is this? This is not. Wait, this is not it. Hold on. I must have clicked on something. Here we go. Okay. Okay, y'all, and I cannot see the chat right now. Okay, no one hired the psycho. Wait, did somebody say that they hired him to do this? Okay. Okay, do we know why he got the burglary charge? Teacher assistant's tutor always thought the killer was a tutor. I believe he got the felony burglary charge because he went into the house. Um, I don't know if it would be considered uninvited. He just went in, but he also went in with the intent to commit murder. Hey, headphones, how are you? Police record. Yeah, he didn't have, there was no police record. He didn't have, I think the only thing really he's had is like a ticket for seatbelt violation. All right, y'all, let me get this shit here where it's okay. So, and I don't know if y'all can see that very good, but Says the Idaho killer is accused of scaring female staff at a brewery and branding one a bitch for spurring his advances. As it's revealed, FBI tracked his Hyundai across the US for 4 days before nailing him. All right. This thing has so many dang. I need to stop this one too because if not, it's gonna. I'm not worried about watching no polar bears. Okay, so it says the Idaho quadruple murder suspect harassed female staff at a Pennsylvania bar near his hometown, the owner has claimed. Bryan Kohberger, 28, who was charged with the murder of Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, and Madison, studies at the nearby Washington State University but previously attended DeSales in Pennsylvania. While there, Jordan Shrolnick, 34, who runs Seven Siren Brewing Company, said that Kohberger had a problematic interaction with women at his bar. All right, so he told NBC workers Kohberger in his system as a guy who makes creepy comments and said he once called a staffer a bitch for spurning his advances. The scrutiny into Kohberger's character comes as he denies the allegations while police believe he is guilty after it was revealed that the FBI tracked his Hyundai across the country for 4 days before Christmas, then arrested him at his Poconos home. All right. Okay, this is going to be the guy that owns the brewery. Okay. And if anybody's coming in I haven't spoke to and said hi, I do apologize, but thank you so much for coming and joining us tonight. All right. Let me go down on this. There's a lot of pictures on here. Okay, so reading his staffer's notes on Kohler, he said of Cheryl Neck, I hope I'm pronouncing his last name correctly, of Central Valley said, "Hey, this guy makes creepy comments. Keep an eye on him. He'll have 2 or 3 beers and then just a little too comfortable. Then he'll get just a little too comfortable." The brewery owner noted that Kohberger would also ask women in the bar who they were with and where they lived. When they ignored him, he would get upset with them a little bit. The bar owner said that the last he spoke with Kohberger, he confronted the man about the alleged inappropriate behavior. "I went up to him and I said, 'Hey, Brian, welcome back. We appreciate you coming back. I just wanted to talk to you real quick and make sure that you're going to be respectful this time and we're not going to have any issues.'" Shrolnick said the 28-year-old was startled. He was shocked that I was saying that, and he said, "I don't know what you're talking about. You totally have me confused." Kohberger never showed up to the bar again, said Shrolnick. Didn't hear about him until he was taken into custody by Pennsylvania State Police on Friday morning, more than 2,000 miles from where the 4 university students were killed in their beds on November 13th. Okay, I gotta get past all these pictures. Police say that they began tracking and surveilling Kohberger around Christmas and stayed on him for 4 days when they spotted the white Hyundai Elantra they believe was connected to the murders. Investigators said Kohberger drove cross country in his car to his parents' home in Albright, Pennsylvania. Now, it was said that his dad went out to Idaho, or well, it would be Washington where he lived at, went out there, and then him and his dad drove the car back. Hey, Fuzzy, how are you? Brandon, how are you? And Happy New Year. Hey, Miss Kelly, Happy New Year. Okay. So his car was confirmed to be at the Pennsylvania home, and officials worked quickly to obtain a warrant for his arrest, law enforcement sources told CNN. Along with the surprise bar owner, students who attended Washington State University with Kohberger said that they were shocked to learn that the quiet man in their classroom was the prime suspect in the brutal slaying. Okay. So Kohberger's, and this is the picture right here. Now, I'm just reading under it. It says Kohberger's Washington State University criminology classmate B.K. Norton said that Kohberger became more talkative after the killings but turned deadpan when they were brought up during their classes. That's gotta be creepy, y'all. Just knowing that the person who did this was sitting in the class with you, it's just weird. Okay, so BK Norton, who was in the same criminal justice graduate program with Kohberger, said that her classmate appeared more animated and talkative following the murders. He seemed more upbeat and willing to carry on a conversation, she told the New York Times. But Norton noted that all the enthusiasm would go away and he would become quiet and deadpan when the class would discuss the Idaho murder case. And that's his family's home out in Pennsylvania. All right, I'm just making sure I'm saying hi to everyone. All right. See, I don't believe that he had any reaction, Norton told the New York Post, saying that it was odd because everyone else was glued to the case and speculated on the lack of public information. We had quite a long conversation in class about it too, and I don't believe I remember him commenting about it at all. Kohlberger's faces 4 counts of first-degree murder for the brutal stabbings of Ethan, Kaylee, Xana, and Madison. Norton told the New York papers that her class was in shock over Kohlberger's arrest, describing him as a smart and quiet student with an interest in forensic psychology. Norton, however, added that Kohlberger did keep a distance from his classmates due to anti-LGBTQ comments he allegedly made in class. He sort of creeped people out because he stared and didn't talk much, but when he did, it was very intelligent and he needed everyone to know he was smart. So he's very egotistical. Another student who spoke with the Times under the condition of anonymity backed up Norton's claims and said that Kohlberger didn't have many friends at the school because of the alleged offensive remarks. Ben Roberts, a classmate of Kohlberger and Norton, echoed the suspect's unusual quiet nature in class, but said his demeanor changed after the killings. He was starting to show up really tired, Roberts told the Seattle Times, and he'd always have a cup of coffee in his hand, and he had kind of a look like he was ready, that he was riding the knife edge between worn out and completely exhausted. It's probably because he wasn't getting any sleep because he was too paranoid. Okay, so this is the girl right here. Her name is, was it Casey? That's the one I was talking about that did the interview that went to school with him. And then there's a picture with her and Bryan. And I've noticed that every picture that I've seen him in, he's got like that evil stare. On the video I saw when he was getting his diploma back in June, when he walked on stage to get the diploma, he looked at the person that was handing it to him with like that same look right there. Okay, he was up late every night watching our lives that he could have been. Probably watching ours, watching everybody else's, trying to keep up with what the police were saying, sitting there staring out of his window to see if the police were coming after him. All right, so Casey Arntz, or I don't know how to pronounce her last name either, y'all, and I don't want to butcher these people's names. Okay, an old friend of Kohlberger recently took to TikTok to describe the details of his life. She told how the last time that she had spoken with Kohlberger was 5 years ago when they ran into one another at a wedding where he appeared well after allegedly using drugs during high school. Back in 2017, when I spoke to him, he was clean, Casey said. He was doing security detail at a school, I believe, but he did seem like he was better. Obviously, that wasn't true. Reporters showed that while working at his alma mater in the Pleasant Valley School District in 2018, Kohlberger earned praises for saving another security officer's life when the officer was having an asthma attack. Casey's brother Thomas described Kohlberger as a bully who would happily note his friends' flaws and insecurities in order to distract from his own weight struggles. He did that to me all the time, Thomas told the Daily Beast. He would go after my intelligence. He would basically insinuate that I'm kind of slow witted and that I'm forgetful and that I lack the intelligence to be his friend. So he was a bully and he's egotistical. Prior to attending Washington State University, Kohlberger was a student at DeSales University where he learned all about forensic psychology from famed criminologist Katherine Ramsland. Ramsland has written extensively about the psychology behind murders and how investigators hunt them down, including How to Catch a Killer and The Mind of a Murderer. Classmates at DeSalle said Kohberger took the course Psychology of Death Investigators, named after one of I think they did a misprint right there, after one of Ramsland's books, and had completed a research project asking ex-cons to map out how they committed their crimes. In a now deleted Reddit post about the project, students had wanted to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. Kohlberger and his project partner had asked the former criminals questions about how they targeted their victims, how they prepared for the crime, their travel details, and how the crime played out. He graduated from DeSales University in Pennsylvania in May of 2022 with a Master of Arts in Criminal Justice. Ramsland did not immediately respond to the Daily Mail request for comment. In a statement, DeSales condemned Kohlberger's alleged crime, and the school said, as a Catholic uh, Salesian community, we are devastated by the senseless tragedy. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and victims' families during this difficult time. God, they've got way too many pictures on here. All right, I think I'm almost at the end, y'all. All right, so Friday's arrest was the first major break in the case, with Kohlberger asking if anyone else was arrested. Now, some people were saying in chat last night that that was not true, that he did not ask that. And they said, why would police, if they were being tight-lipped about everything else that had went on in the case, why would they let that out, that he had asked that? Um, Bryan has confirmed with some people at the place where they're keeping him at the jail that he did, in fact, after they got arrested him and brought him in, and he was talking to the officers, that he did ask that, was anyone else arrested? Now, I don't know if that's just some way to, you know, mess with the cops or the investigators that's on the case, or if there is, in fact, someone else who is helping him, and he was wanting to know if they got arrested as well, to thinking maybe they told on him. Okay, so an extradition hearing is scheduled for Tuesday. Kohlberger is a registered libertarian, although does not appear to have had any active social media profiles at the time of his arrest. Okay, well, he does have several IG accounts. I know that one of them is fake because it's got his mugshot picture on it. Okay, and I did see somebody else that said that he is on suicide watch, and yes, he is. They said that they have him in a cell by himself where he's got a guard watching him 24 hours a day for his own safety. During the press conference on Friday, authorities confirmed that the white Hyundai Elantra was discovered in the search, which sources are saying it was towed from outside Kohlberger's home. Law enforcement sources told CNN that his DNA was discovered at the scene of the crime, with officers managing to track down who owned the car seen in the area of the slayings. However, Kohlberger has had no prior arrest, according to public records, so it's unclear how officials got a hold of his DNA. Authorities then discovered that he had left the scene and traveled to Pennsylvania, where an FBI surveillance team had been tracking the 6 foot tall man. He was kept under surveillance, with the FBI watching him for 4 days, while investigators from Moscow police and Idaho State Police worked to get an arrest warrant. Moscow Chief of Police James Fry refused to rule out that the killer had an accomplice, adding that we have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes. So he never really came out and said that, from what I've heard, that, he's the only one. There is no other ones or anything like that. Okay. Details of the killings and the motive for them are yet to be released, with law enforcement saying a sealed arrest affidavit will be released once Kohberger is extradited back to Idaho. So he's supposed to go to court the 3rd, which is Tuesday. He's supposed to waive all of his rights. He's supposed to be brought back. He's claiming that he didn't do it. He wants to come back and get it all taken care of in Idaho as quickly as possible. So I've got that also that I can show y'all. So it says he is currently in custody at Monroe County Jail in Pennsylvania until a hearing on January the 3rd, and there is no set time scale for how long his extradition from Pennsylvania to Idaho may take. If Kohberger doesn't contest it, it will happen relatively quickly. So, whenever I had heard about how he had talked to other women, how he had shared the things that he was doing, at a bar. You've got the owner of the bar who's having to, talk to you and make sure you stay respectful and all this and that. Got me thinking, was this the creepy dude that was at the corner club that night that was making Kaylee and Maddie uncomfortable, that they kicked out? Because to begin with, everybody thought it was a hoodie guy that got kicked out of the bar, and that he stood outside of the bar and waited for Kaylee and um, Maddie to leave, and then walk with them to the food truck. Hey, Dory, how are you? Well, if it is in fact this Bryan guy that was the creepy guy that they were talking about that got kicked out of the corner club, it would make perfect sense why Hoodie Guy was walking with them. And he was actually walking with them to make sure that they got to the food truck and home safely. Okay. Hey, Block, how are you? I said that before and someone mocked me. Wait, Marissa, you said what about the hoodie guy? Um, just doing a good thing and walking with them to make sure that they were safe. Because I'm gonna be honest, to begin with, I really thought the hoodie guy was suspect. Um, it just the way they acted towards him at the food truck. Are they is willing to go to Moscow? Yes, there he is. He did say that. Hold on, wait, let me get it. I've got it on here. I really thought that he was suspect. And it was just weird how they didn't interact with him. They didn't even make eye contact with him at the food truck. But then whenever it came, the new thing came out, video footage of him walking, and they were talking about telling Adam everything and all this and that. It looked like just three normal people walking down the street, all friends, laughing, joking, talking, and all this and that. And it kind of changed my perspective of him. If it turns out that this guy, this Bryan guy, is the creepy dude that was kicked out of the bar, then Hoodie guy was just there walking with them to do the right thing and protect them. That's all he was doing. And that could be the reason why we haven't heard anything from Hoodie guy. It may be that he went and talked to police and he told them everything from that night. It seems like they would have maybe suspected this Bryan guy if that's the case, but maybe they had a gag order on the Hoodie guy. Okay. So this is from Monroe County Public Defender's Office, and it's just basically telling the attorneys and the investigators, paralegals. I'm not even going to say their names out on here, but it is a press release regarding Bryan Kohberger, and it says that Mr. Kohberger. Let me zoom in so y'all can see. Mr. Kohberger has a scheduled extradition hearing for January the 3rd, 2023 in the Monroe County Court of Common Pleas. The Monroe County Public Defender's Office has assumed representation for the purposes of this hearing. Mr. Kohberger intends to waive his extradition hearing to expedite his transport to Idaho. Mr. Kohberger has been accused of a very serious crimes, but the American justice system cloaks him in a veil of innocence. He should be presumed innocent until proven otherwise, not tried in the court of public opinion. One should not pass judgment about the facts of the case unless and until a fair trial in court, at which time all sides may be heard and inferences challenged. Mr. Kohberger is eager to be exonerated of these charges and looks forward to resolving these matters as promptly as possible. He really thinks that he's getting out of this, y'all. Dana Carter, Happy New Year to you as well. Let's see, I've seen a few. Yes, Shane, I've seen that too, that he was very obsessed with SKs. Or any of the girls. And Shane, they said, well, the coroner said that there was no sign of SA. So he honestly, in his mind, which just by reading some things, he's egotistical and a bully, if what's being said is true. Hey, Lights, how are you? Um, he really thinks that he's gonna get away with it. He, I guess, in his mind, thinks that because he's got these degrees in criminology and criminal justice, and he's a teacher of it, and he's still in school working towards a PhD in it, and all this and that, that he can actually outsmart the police and the FBI and Idaho State Police. Let's see. Let's face it. If he does get off, his life has been ruined either way. I'm gonna be honest with you. No, never mind. I'm not gonna say that. We'll have to wait and see how it turns out. I don't think he's gonna get off, honestly. Um, I'm just hoping that they have enough um, that the charges are gonna stick and they're gonna get a conviction. And this man's either gonna get, he may do a plea deal because at this point he really doesn't even know what evidence they have. I'm pretty sure he's probably wondering, like, and that's probably why he was always tired. He's paranoid. He's probably, like was said in chat, watching everything on, YouTube and the cops and all this and that. He probably honestly thinks he's gonna get out of it, but yet in his mind, he doesn't know what they have. Let's see, he won't unless the smoking gun is presented by the defense. And see, he doesn't even have a defense attorney yet in Idaho. Okay, if he pleads not guilty and a convicted, isn't the punishment worse? I don't know, Sandra. I don't know how that works if he pleads not guilty. Peas in a pod. Yeah, he was. uh, You would think he would have to be paranoid, and that's like the car. Like they're going to process the car and see if they can get anything out of it. But this dude is OCD. I'm pretty sure if his OCD is as bad as what people have claimed that it is, I wonder if they're really going to find anything in that car. I mean, I don't know how hard it is to get DNA evidence out of a vehicle, like what would have been at that house. And from what my understanding is, from his, I can't remember if they said from his first court appearance in Idaho or his first court appearance altogether, they have 2 weeks uh, to come up with something that they can hold him on. Nothing was said about him even protesting while they were arresting him. Anyone else arrested is telling that he knew that they were arresting him. Or why they were arresting him, yeah. Yeah, they said that he was calm. Him and his dad, because it said that his dad is the one who opened the door for the cops. But then if you watch Bryan Itten's video that he had posted on Twitter, Bryan like walks up to these people's house and rings the doorbell, and he says that It's like one of them big wooden doors. It's got the huge piece of glass on the in the middle of it. That whole piece of glass was busted out, so the family put duct tape over it to cover it up, and that there was a something about the doorknob. I don't know if SWAT broke the doorknob too or what it was. Okay. All right, let me show y'all this real quick. I'll try to get through all of my screenshots and articles that I have to read before my throat gets any worse. Yeah, Brad, that's what I'm pulling up right now. Let's see, LaBar, which is his court-appointed attorney, says LaBar told CNN that Kohberger arrived in Pennsylvania around December the 17th to celebrate the holidays with his family. His father actually went out to Idaho and they drove home together, is what LaBar is saying. So I guess his dad went out there and they just kind of like switched up on driving so they could get back quicker. Money gonna. I'm just wondering if his parents suspected anything. King Scarlet, how are you? And Happy New Year. So, y'all, I got 16 minutes to go before it's New Year's here. Okay. And somebody was asking about him following the girls. I was able to get. All right. So, this is his PhD social media account that he has, but you can see he's got Maddie, Xana, and Kaylee. He followed all three of them. And then here is his two different accounts. Dana, are you asking if I'm in Tennessee? Okay, Dennis did draw back. Yeah. Tina Marie. They said that his dad went out to they're saying Idaho. I'm assuming it's gonna be Washington because that's where he was at, and him and his dad drove back together. No, Dana, I'm in Louisiana. Tammy C, Happy New Year's to you. Yes, King Scarlet, I did get to watch. I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but I did get to watch a little bit of that video today. See, I'm with you too. New Year's. We from the South. Camo Country Girl, what state are you from? Hey, Sean, how are you? See, Instagram, TikTok, and the stuff like that are just awful because it feeds these monsters info. Yeah. Louisiana's way cool. There's some okay things here, Dana. See, Teresa's Oklahoma, Camo Country Girls, Texas. Okay. Let's see. I don't remember if I read this to y'all. Hey, Tech Death, how are you? Happy New Year. Wait, be careful with the weather on Tuesday. Laura, what is the weather supposed to do on Tuesday? I don't even know what the weather's supposed to do here, y'all. I haven't been keeping up with it. Brandon, you're from Florida? Let's see. Tuesday. Oh, damn. See, Monday is thunderstorms and Tuesday morning thunderstorms. Okay. Well, I'll have to keep up with that. Thank you to whoever it was that told me. Sandra, you can keep all your snow. Oh, shit, that hurt. Okay, so let me read this real quick. I cannot remember if I read this to y'all last night. Well, Lori, if it's storming out there, honey, you be safe if you have to go anywhere. Hey, Crisis Cast, how are you? See, it's raining like cats and dogs here at the beach. It was raining like that the other day here, Tina Marie, and it finally quit. And now my road is still flooded. They had never came out and fixed it yet. All right, so it says authorities identified the suspect with the help of genetic genealogy sources say. So the suspect in the murders of the 4 University of Idaho students was identified with the help of genetic genealogy, a source with knowledge of the case till CNN. Unknown DNA found in Idaho during the course of the investigation was taken through a DNA public database to find potential matches for family members, the source said. Once potential family matches were found, subsequent investigative work by law enforcement, by law enforcement led to the identification of suspect Bryan Kohberger, according to the source. All right, I do remember reading that now. Okay, let's see. I want to know if his sister noticed anything. She is a therapist, a mental health counselor. We should be observing people's behavior. That is a good question. I did see where she was like the therapist and all that. So I'm wondering I mean, I would think, especially if he's paranoid, he's not getting any sleep, he looks tired. But then again, could he just play it off as he was tired from the trip back home? See, warm and cold together, there can be tornadoes. Yeah, here though, it's been like in the 70s during the day, so it's right now it's only 56, so it's not too hot, but not too cold either. So I'm wondering that because I had also read his mom. Okay, so whenever um the stuff in Uvalde happened, y'all know what I'm talking about. A few months ago, his mom actually wrote a letter to someone in Uvalde, Texas, about that incident, and it was published in some paper or something like that there in the Poconos, Pennsylvania. Um, and then there was a poem that his sister wrote about Uvalde. So I'm wondering if with this coming out that their son and brother did this, like what are they thinking? Did they ever suspect anything? She is an emotional therapist. Let's see. So I don't know. They said that they come in at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and the dad is the one who opened the door for them. So were they were they expecting the cops to come? I don't know. All right, let me check all of my. Uh, Tree baby, how are you? And I can't remember. 9mm, was you the one that gifted the memberships? I can't remember if it was you or not. Hey, Emerald Queen, how are you? Werewolf Queen. Okay, with family, it's more common to be in denial. Who would want to know that fact? Yeah, it just seems so like if both of his sisters are into that profession, I'm just, but then again, I mean, if you think about it, like it would make sense for the sisters to notice something, but we're also talking about a guy who hadn't been home in a couple of months. He just drove, was it 2,400 miles across the nation from Washington back to Pennsylvania. And this is a person who went at 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning and brutally murdered 4 kids, went home, a few days later celebrated his birthday, celebrated Thanksgiving, went back to work, taught students at a college, went ahead and just lived his life like it was nothing. Okay. See, I heard there was a SWAT team too, so I don't know why some people are saying that the dad opened the door for the cops, but then the front door, like, there's no glass in it. Like, they clearly busted all the glass out in the front door. What day was his birthday? Yeah, his birthday is November the 21st. So it was, like, literally 8 days after the murders. Okay. I think I showed y'all. Let me just make sure real quick that I showed y'all everything that I had on my. I think I did. Okay. So I did do that. Let me get back into my email. Now I can exit off all this. Let's see. I'm fixing to bring something up in just a second, y'all. Let's see what this one is. All right, let me read this one. This is something else that his attorney had said. As a mental health counselor, it becomes a habit to observe our family. So, Huda, do you think that they probably did observe how he was acting for the little bit of time he was there, but maybe just brushed it off as being him being tired from the drive? Let's see. I hope he didn't do his parents like that, honestly. Okay, I wonder how good his relationship with his close family is. His remarks towards LGBTQ seems to contradict his family's political views, in my opinion. I don't know. Somebody was saying that they bet, or, well, Sandra was saying that he bet that he bullied his family. Um, I don't know. I mean, this dude is, he seems like a person who likes to be. He's a loner, I guess, is what you would call it. Hey, Brown Bear, how are you? Okay. All right. So, see, 11:55. Yeah, Dana, it's 11:56 here. 4 minutes, y'all. All right. So, can someone please explain the jury process to me? Um, I don't know exactly how the jury thing works. I know, don't they have to go, because he's been charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder, but don't you have to be in I don't know how they indict, like, whenever they indict you on something. Does anybody know how that works? Gonna change his views on the LGBT community. He's fixing to be part of it. Yeah, there's really no sense in anybody being like that towards people. If that's what people choose in their life, then and they're happy with it, then uh, you know, just let them live their life. Don't judge them and all that. Hey, Strike, how are you? Vapor, do you want to come up for a minute and explain it? They know the police were coming for him. I wonder if that's why the dad might have went out and no, Tonka, I can see you. Um, I wonder if that's why the dad went out and helped him drive back. I wonder if he told the dad, what happened, or maybe he did something. What I know. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna take this down and let me grab a link real quick. Hey, Winston, how are you? Okay. Let's see. Yeah, we got 2 minutes. Hey, Ray, how are you? So is he only charged by Pennsylvania as a fugitive from justice? No, Strike. He's actually charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and felony burglary. He was arrested in Pennsylvania. Um, Moscow, Idaho had to get a warrant for him while FBI was tracking him. They tracked him for 4 days. They got the warrant, and then once they obtained the warrant, they went in and all right, Vapor, I'm bringing you up. After they got the warrant, then they went in and arrested him. All right, can you hear me, Vapor?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, how are you?
Not bad. How you doing? Happy
I'm
New
good.
Year's.
Thank you. Happy New Year's to you.
I got a couple hours still.
I've got 1 minute.
Well, you're not going to have too much noise, I'm assuming.
No.
All right. So the jury process are they wanting to know how the jury gets picked, or are they wanting to know
Uh,
where it comes from, or what is it exactly that they want to know?
well, doesn't a jury have to indict you, like a grand jury have to do a first-degree murder indictment, or how does that work? Because I know that
No, no,
who
no.
was it that they did that on?
Well, they do it in like a lot of different cases when they're I don't know, like let's just say, for example, the police officers that we're going to get charged for, I'm not going to pick one, there's too many. If they're going to get charged with a crime, everything goes before the grand jury. And then they say at the end of that hearing whether or not there's sufficient evidence to charge that person with that crime.
Okay.
They don't necessarily, in a crime like this, they don't need to do anything like that. What they can arrest you, basically, like they said, they had sufficient evidence to get a warrant. Once they get a warrant for his arrest, they can go arrest him. And at that point, it's really up to the prosecutor of the county to say whether or not we have enough, if we have enough evidence to get a warrant. And then he'll go and present that to a judge. The judge will look at it and say, you don't have enough, better come back with more. But, usually the prosecutor's not going to take it to a judge without having enough, because the prosecutors, that's an elected position. So that
Right.
prosecutor's not going to try somebody with a case they don't think they can win. So they're not going to show up to get a warrant for somebody's arrest without sufficient evidence for them to win the case, in their opinion.
Okay.
So, but as for the jury pool, I saw somebody in chat asked if the jury pool had to be picked from people that didn't know anything about the case. That would never happen, because the jury pool has to come from a jury has to be picked from your local area, that county, and they have to be, the jury has to be peers of yours, that basically
Right.
adults. And so usually when everybody registers their vehicle or whatever, they're always thrown into a county, I don't know what it would be called, but basically the county mails out jury summons to random people all the time.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
You
yeah, if
know,
you're registered to vote here and they need someone for a jury, they'll send out random letters saying you have been selected for jury duty.
correct. So you have to show up on that day saying whatever the letter said, you got to show up Monday at 9:00, blah, blah, blah. A whole bunch of people show up. You'll sit in a room until there's a case that is about ready to go to trial, or is in the phase where they're picking a jury. Then they'll bring in some prospective jurors, and each lawyer, the defense lawyer and the prosecution, will get to interview you basically in front of the court, and ask you questions like, hey, how much do you know about this case? What have you heard? Are you biased against this? Are you favorable for that? And basically each lawyer gets to say, yeah, no, I don't want that guy. and or they can say, yeah, I want that guy, you know.
Mhm.
And you know, so basically I've known people that have sat there for 3 days and never even go into a room to be interviewed.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, it's usually like a 3 day, or I don't know if it's a 2 or 3 day process, but you know, they don't exactly compensate you. I think you
Right.
get like $85 a day or
Yeah,
something
it's
like
not
that.
that much. Yeah,
Yeah. But I mean, basically, you're not going to find anybody in that county that doesn't know something about this case.
right.
That's not going to happen. So
Unless they try to get it moved to another venue or something like that, a
they,
different county, but, I mean, just anywhere in that state, it's gonna be hard because everybody in the state has heard about it.
everybody in the nation's heard about it, you know.
Right.
When I was remember I had sent you that thing in Messenger about the 64 common friends.
Mhm.
And so I reached out to one of them that I know really well, and I asked her. I said, "Hey, do you actually know this person, or is it just like a Facebook friend?" And she says, "Why?" And I told her, and she says, "That's bullshit. Prove it. Prove that they're related." I go, "Look, I don't need to go through all that. Do you know?" She goes, "I don't really know the person." So
Yeah.
basically, you know, I have there's a bunch of very good friends of mine. Actually, they're friends of my kid, and they're just friends of mine also. But I know them pretty well, and there's a lot of them that are friends with this guy. So I'm sure
Oh,
I'll find
wow.
one that knows him, um, because he is a bartender, and a lot of those common friends of mine with him are
Mhm.
also bartenders. So
Oh,
it's not
damn.
going to be hard to find somebody who actually knows him. But yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
because, I mean, 64, that's a lot. Even though it doesn't seem like it is, it's still because those 64 people know yeah, it's like, what do you call it? Like a net, it just kinda, like, goes out from one person?
Right. It's just basically a group of, I mean, the guy's close to my son's age. So, um, it's a group of with the common friends that we have.
Mhm.
It's my son's friends, and I know all of them pretty well. So, yeah, I don't know the guy though.
Right.
But yeah,
Dang.
but for the jury situation is, I mean, I could see this being moved because, I mean, probably 75% of that town is college students, might not even, some of them, well, they're probably all voting age, but I mean, I can't
How many are
imagine.
registered there, though?
Yeah, probably not many, but I couldn't imagine the defense attorney wanting anybody that's a student at that school to be on that
Oh,
jury.
no, because, I mean, we already know how that's gonna go. We already know what they're thinking.
Exactly. And how are
These
you going to find somebody in that town that didn't know one of the four victims?
right. I mean, just think of the college kids. This guy, even though he didn't hurt anyone else, he still had all these college kids in fear. They didn't
Yeah.
know who this person was, if they were gonna come back and do something else. They're automatically if you put them on a jury, they're gonna say guilty.
Well, here's the thing, and where are they going to move it? They can't move it to Coeur d'Alene. I mean, half of those kids were from there that got killed. You're not
Yeah,
going to find an unbiased jury pool there. Where are you going to move it? You can't move it anywhere in that state. That state isn't like California where it's, you know,
probably maybe Boise,
50
but
counties of a million people in each county. You're talking
right,
about that whole state probably doesn't even have the population of the LA area in
right.
California. So
I mean, I think the only place like, the biggest city there is Boise, right?
yeah, good luck with that.
And, I mean, they have y colleges there, they have friends there, probably family members there, so
Yeah, I mean, Idaho is I mean, it's not small, but it's I mean, I can guarantee you since this happened, this has been on every news station's leading news for the day. nothing new in the Idaho murders today. So hopefully tomorrow, but I guarantee you, it's not like you go to California or you go even here in Vegas. I haven't really seen much of anything at all until they arrested him. I mean, but in Idaho, this has been the top news story since it happened, and
Right.
it's going to be the top news story for probably the next year and a half.
Yeah, because I'm sure the only other big one that they had up there was probably the Chad Daybell thing in Idaho.
Are they having that court case in Idaho, or is it in Utah?
I think it's gonna be in Idaho. It's gonna be in, or did they move it from, what is it, Rexburg? Was that the name of the little town that
They're
Chad
gonna
lived in?
they're basically but wasn't his house where they found the kids burned and buried?
Yeah, in his
Wasn't it
backyard.
in? Yeah, but that was Idaho.
Yeah,
Okay, so then that's where it'll be. It'll be in
yeah.
Idaho unless
But I
somebody.
can't remember. I wanna say the little town where he lived at was Rexburg, I believe, but I wanna say that they moved it from that town. I can't remember. I'd have to go back and look it up, but I wanna say that, that's how it was, that they ended up getting it moved somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm sure because I don't. There's not that many big towns in Idaho, and the big towns in Idaho aren't that big anyway. So,
Right.
I mean, for that little town to try to hold something like that, I don't think so.
I don't it's a crazy case. I
Yeah.
mean, honestly, I don't think that they're gonna find anyone in Idaho that's gonna be put on a jury and say that this guy's innocent.
Yeah, they may move it to, I don't know. I mean, because it crossed state lines from where he lived and where it happened, they may get away with sending it to a federal court. I
Mm.
don't know for sure.
I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Well, anything that crosses a state line and a crime can
Right.
become federal. So
But because they arrested him in a different state, would that be, like, the main reason?
no, I mean, no, not
Or
a lot of people do stuff in one state and take off to another state. They always get brought back to the state that the crime happened in. So I just, I don't know. I mean, not that he's got any hope of getting off on this unless he knows something that nobody else knows.
right. Or he does a plea deal 'cause, if somebody else is involved, then
He's going to have a lot of, he's going to have a lot to give up in order to get that plea deal.
mhm.
I
I
don't
mean,
see.
basically, sit down and write everything that happened, just confess to all of it. Tell where the murder weapon's at, because they still haven't found that, and I think that's, like, a crucial piece of evidence that they need whenever he goes to court, you
Well,
know?
sure. They don't, I mean, they'd love to have it, obviously, but they don't need it depending on what type of DNA was left at the scene. Like I
Mhm.
said a couple nights ago in the chat, if his DNA is found on Xana or Ethan, from what I understand, they're the ones that had the defensive wounds.
Mhm.
But if it's found on their body or if it's his blood mixed with their blood, there's no way to deny that you weren't there. There's just there's not any way to deny that.
Right.
But yeah, if I don't know, he would have to have a lot to give back for them to drop the death penalty, in my opinion. And at that
Mhm.
point, I think that the police chief and the prosecutor would leave that up to the families, to make that decision. Hey, this is what he's willing to say. This is what he's willing to give up if we do this, but I'm going to leave it up to you. Because I mean, that would be kind of the right thing to do.
Right.
In my opinion, that would be the right thing to do. And at that point, they would just have to evaluate what they could do, how strong of a case they have without whatever he's willing to give them, which I'm pretty sure the way that this case has gone so far, that they've got him pretty much locked down anyway. The prosecutor doesn't seem to be too willing to flex too much on what he wants before he went to get that warrant for his arrest. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that that prosecutor is making sure before they arrested him that they had everything they needed to nail him.
Mhm. Well, hopefully they do, and he does. There's no way possible he gets out of this.
I don't see a way. I mean, like I said, unless he has some kind of smoking gun that he can produce, you know,
But I
there's
don't think he would get it. Even if he did, I doubt he would get completely out of it. Or I wouldn't hope. I hope that he doesn't anyway, because like these families and these kids, the kids need justice and the family needs closure and they need answers and all that. And this guy, the way his ego seems to be, that he's wanting to hurry up and get back to Idaho and get it taken care of, as quickly as possible and getting it exonerated and all this
well,
and that.
I
It's just,
think I think that might have to do with, if you remember back in the OJ case, they didn't waive their right. I mean, they wanted a speedy trial because they knew that so much evidence had to be produced for that trial,
mhm,
that they didn't think the prosecution would be able to get everything they needed in time. And he might be thinking the same thing. There's so much he's already heard. I mean, we don't have a lot of information of what they have, but we do have, they've said how many photos and how many videos and how many laser, diagrams and all
the
this.
3D scans and all that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and how much DNA is at the scene. And he may just be hoping that he can force them into something faster than they can produce what they really want.
Mhm.
I mean, that's really, unless, like I said, his smoking gun, if he could find one, um I mean, let's just say, not that it's 99.999% impossible what I'm about to say could be true, but if he could prove that he didn't do it, but he was
Mhm.
there. So
Right. I don't know. Hopefully they can get it.
I'm not a cop, Cheryl. She's saying I'm a cop.
Uh, I wonder how much, if his family, if they, like with their, because I know that they went bankrupt, I think twice.
Tell Fern in the thing says this guy doesn't have OJ money.
Money for a lawyer. That's
Okay,
what I
well,
was
I got
saying.
news for you, because my lawyer was OJ's lawyer, and OJ didn't have the money. He still owes him $500,000. So,
Oh, damn. Let's see. Did you see Chief Rod's interview today? It's Sinful Butterfly. Yeah, I'm gonna play it in a few minutes too. I have it. I gotta get it pulled up, but I'm gonna play it.
yeah,
I
so I mean,
just,
that's what I know about the jury pool and how they pick it and all that. And I would say probably 75% that it's going to get moved from that town. There's no way to find a jury pool that's unbiased, for one. Um,
right.
I would love to see him try to defend himself, though, because he would.
I wonder if he's gonna try to, because it seems like he's that egotistical.
Well, that's the thing, is he is
And
egotistical, but if he's learned anything through all this education he's got, that would be the worst move on his part ever.
yes,
Other than, and I still believe he's the only one involved in this, unless he had a lookout or a getaway driver, which I don't think he had either. But he knows damn well, since he's researched all these serial killers and he's done all this stuff, there's no way in hell two people keep a secret unless one of them's dead. So
right.
there's no way he would go and involve somebody else thinking he's going to get away with this.
Now, I think he's too OCD for that.
Yeah,
Um,
he thinks he can do it all himself.
right. It would have to be perfect. He would think, "Hey, Mar, how are you? Happy New Year." I think, when you're OCD, everything's got to be perfect. And, if you have someone else accompanying you, especially in something like this, you're always going to wonder, are they doing it the right way? So
Uh,
I mean,
yeah, he's
I think he did the crime by himself. Now, whether he had somebody sitting in the car waiting on him or something like that, maybe, I don't know, but I don't think he had anybody helping him as far as what went on inside the house.
right. I saw somebody in there ask if my lawyer was OJ's lawyer. My lawyer's was OJ's lawyer, but he's not my lawyer because I need a lawyer. He's my lawyer because his brother used to be married to my sister, so he's family kind of. So whenever I need any kind of a lawyer thing, I go to him.
Mhm. You know about the anti-social. Okay, I'm just trying to read chat real quick. I just I kind of feel bad for his family though. But then I keep thinking, well, did they know that he had something to do with it?
I mean, do you think that with his ego, I mean, it depends. Like it goes back to that. How's that relationship with his family? I
Right.
mean, if he just drove across the country with his dad for 4 days and his ego, I mean, can he keep his mouth shut that long?
I don't know. Probably, wanting to brag about it.
Or I'm
Um,
sure he at least talked about it if he didn't say, this or, he may have had something to do with it. I don't know. But there's just no way that subject didn't come up in that 4-day trip.
yeah. I don't know. This case is crazy.
Well, it's going to get a lot more interesting if he doesn't fight extradition. At least maybe next week or the week after, we'll get a lot more information. That's for sure.
Yeah. Hopefully, once he gets back to Idaho, they're supposed to release what is it, the probable cause affidavit and all that. So hopefully there'll be a lot more information in it.
Yeah, that D-22 Williams. He's talking about how who was it?
He
Strike
recruited
Blitz.
through his.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't pull him over. Or I mean, if they followed him from where he was, then they knew they knew about the car. They were I don't not quite sure why they took the 4 days to follow him when they knew that was the car they were looking for. But I'm well, I mean, didn't they say that they were trying to nail down all the evidence to get the warrant? This is why they didn't.
Yeah, while they were following him, they were in the process of trying to get the warrant.
Right. And it took 4 days of them trying to do that. It probably took more than that if they knew where he was and they followed him from there. So that goes
Right.
back to my theory about the prosecutor telling them, look, that's not a slam dunk case. I'm not gonna go to the judge with that until you get me more. So they may have just been waiting for that DNA to come back.
Yeah, they could have. I don't know. This case is just it's crazy. All right,
Yeah.
I'm trying to get my next video up here. Let's see.
All right. Well, I just wanted to try to explain the jury process from what I understand it to be. It might not be the same in every state, but all the
Mhm.
states I've been in, that's the way it's been.
All right. Well, thank you for coming up and explaining it.
No problem. Thanks.
All
Happy
right.
New Year.
Have a good night.
All right.
All right, y'all. I'm fixing to get this next video clip up here. I'm trying to find the one of the Chiefs thing for today. Clip from Chief. Hold on. I'm trying to find the whole one. Okay, I got it right here. Give me just a second. Uh, Clip from the Chief. All right, I just need to make sure all my quality and everything is good on it. All right, so and y'all know if y'all can't hear it, just let me know.
Now been 24 hours since that name, Bryan Kohberger, has started making the rounds. You guys have publicized it. Are the tips coming in about him?
I can say that the one fact I do know is they told me an hour into us releasing the name, we had over 400 people calling in. So we continue to ask for that. We continue to ask for more. Every tip, everybody that knew him is only going to help us.
Are these tips from here, from everywhere?
I don't know where they came from. You know, if it's any indicative of this case, they've come from all over, you know, the nation.
Okay. The your ask about the white Elantra that came on December 7th or so. Where in the timeline can you tell us did Kohberger come in onto the radar?
So that's all part of those pieces that we have to hold until we can release information with the, you know, after he gets to Idaho and the release of that information. But we're bound to hold that.
But when you asked for public information about that Elantra, you said the occupants of that car may have critical information. It was plural. Was there a reason for that?
Well, it's part of our investigation. I said early on that we're not going to let any stone go unturned. And I meant that. And we're following up on everything, just like we're in this new phase now. And we're going to follow up to get to know who he is and everything about him that we can.
There are reports that the Elantra was followed across the country. Can you elaborate on that or speak to that? And also reports of DNA, his DNA at the murder scene.
All those facts are still sealed. They will come out. I know people are anxious for that. And we will have the answers to that, but in the time that we can give it. So I ask once again, just be patient. I know I've asked that a lot of times, but we are bound by the law now.
It's been reported, and we have sources who have told us that Kohberger asked, was anyone else arrested upon his arrest? Have you been able to gather information about when he was taken into custody?
All that information will come out as well. You know, it's part of that investigation. It's part of that next step. So
okay, the car, the white Elantra, 2015, is it the car? And is the search over now for any more white Elantras?
we believe it is the car.
Okay, is it in Pennsylvania then?
Yes.
Okay, and is it done being processed?
I don't know if it's done, but it will be processed.
Okay. As you know, I was over at Wazoo yesterday at Kohberger's apartment as the search warrant was being executed. A lot of evidence coming out of there. Can you talk about, you know, what might be valuable?
I think every piece is valuable. And I don't even know what was collected at this point in time. And that's part of that further investigation that we're going to hold. But I know that the search warrant was served there.
We know that the murder weapon has not been found.
That's correct.
Is there suspicion that it could have been there?
We don't know. Like I said, we're collecting everything. We're doing our due diligence. And that's why we get these search warrants, so that everything is secured in the court, through the court system, and that we have the right to be where we're at.
You said in a local TV interview, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday, that you were still waiting for forensics results to come back. When did they come back? And was that the missing link for Kohberger?
We're still waiting for stuff to come back. We're still looking at everything. We're still having things processed. And I couldn't verify that right now anyway. That's part of that sealed piece. But there's still items coming in from the lab.
From the murder scene?
Correct.
Okay, so the evidence we saw being gathered yesterday, that could take just as long.
That will be new information that we've collected, and we'll be processing that as well.
I asked you during the press conference yesterday about the house cleaning. I mean, you had said in your announcement that the house is going to be cleaned and turned back over to the management company. Mm-hmm. We watched those trucks come in, and then they pulled out of there real fast. Yeah. What happened?
Like we said, we got a phone call that it was through the court that we needed to stop and give a little bit more time. So we did that. So
why was the decision made to release the house?
Well, at that point in time, we were ready to start that process. And then the court, like I said, someone from the court asked us to stop that process. So we did. And we'll continue to do as we're asked there, and we'll start the cleanup as soon as we can again.
Why would the court want that process stopped? for?
It could be many reasons. Could be for the defense counsel, could be that they just want to hold it for a little bit. But it was a decision from the court.
So it will remain under guard. Should we refer to it as an active crime scene?
It's still our crime scene at this point. So yeah, it'll still be under security.
Okay. I think because of this community, it's a small community, is a factor that a jury pool in this community would be harder to gather with more information out there.
And that is one of the reasons that I stated that we are holding everything close and we're protecting the integrity of the case. We want unbiased individuals in this case. We want people to not know all the facts so that if there's a jury selected from here, that we can get that pool.
How hard would that be? Tell us a bit about, Moscow and how tight, because everybody knows everybody.
I'm not sure. We've had cases here before where they've been able to get a jury pool, but that happens with Bill Thompson and his team. So that would be a great question to ask Bill.
Yeah, which we're hoping to get.
Yes.
Okay. Throughout the past 7 weeks, almost all these internets, so we've had Hoodie Guy, we've had the Jacks under suspicion, we've had a professor under suspicion. Did you guys actively investigate these things, and how distracting was that?
We investigated every piece of this investigation. We looked at everybody that we believed was involved or not involved in any way, that knew our victims. So we were very active in that, and through that investigation, that's where we get to the point where we can rule. It's as important to rule people out as it is to keep them in the investigation. So as we gathered information that was led us to believe that they were no longer a part of that, we ruled them out.
The 911 call, can we have the release soon?
That will come as soon as Bill Thompson and his office feel that is available for the public.
When do you foresee the scene may never not be released? It's indefinite then. I mean, until a trial possibly.
I suppose that could happen. There will be decisions made by people that are probably higher up than me that will need to make those decisions. But I suppose that is a possibility.
Also, the house, the heat has had to stay on. I heard that it needs a new furnace. And I mean, who is footing the bill for keeping the heat on?
Honestly, I don't have an answer to that question. I don't know if it's through the management, property management, or if it's the owner or what, but someone is.
Okay. I noticed in your video the other day when you announced the cleaning, I mean, you had a slight smile. You seemed a lot lighter.
Mm-hmm.
How are you feeling?
Right now, a lot lighter. A lot of people speculated on my facial expressions and stuff. I'm genuinely a pretty upbeat, happy individual. So I smile naturally a lot. I know a lot of people read into that. There was nothing to that. It was just probably me doing it naturally.
But do you feel like a weight's been lifted off your shoulders now that a suspect is in custody?
There always is. There's always that weight of knowing that you have a person in custody. And I think that gives a great relief to your organization, gives a great relief to your community, and in this case, the state, the nation, and I think even the world.
There's a lot of criticism of the department throughout as you were holding so many details close to the vest.
Yeah.
Do you feel vindicated? Do you feel, I guess, any pride?
What I feel is we did our job and we did it right, and we said from the beginning we're going to protect the integrity of the case. We're going to continue to do it right. And we're not a prideful group. What we are is a group that we had a job to do. We did that. And we are happy that we did it the way we did it because of the outcome.
How hard was it to keep so many details close to the vest?
I think it's always hard. It's emotional at times. We want to give that information. We want to give the families some closure and give them information. We want to give our community, but it is so important to hold that information and keep it right where it was, so that when we made an arrest, and now as we continue further, there'll be more information that we're going to hold till the end, because we want to get a conviction.
Have you personally talked to the families?
I have personally. It's been a while, but I have talked to them on the phone throughout the first couple of weeks of this.
Okay, and can you tell us about those conversations? I mean, it's the
What I wanted to reassure them is that we were going to do everything we could to bring justice for them, for our 4 victims, and for everybody that's involved. And we would try to answer any questions that we could through the process.
What do you have to say to the rest of America, to the rest of the world? I mean, after all the scrutiny that this department has been put through.
Yeah, I would challenge every police organization across the nation to know the importance, even with the pressures that are put on you, the importance of keeping the integrity of the case solid. It's your job. It's what we sign on to do. We sign on to make sure that we do it right. And I challenge other departments to do that.
Early on in the case, you have children who've gone through college. These could have been your children. I mean,
yes.
You've been quite emotional
Yeah.
about this case. Do you still feel that same raw emotion? Do you feel like you're really fighting this for these young people?
I think we always feel the emotion. I'm a fairly emotional individual. If you've been around me and you get to know me, I am that way because I care, and I care a lot. And a lot of us want to give the right answers and do it right, but it is difficult at times.
So the difficulty, talk a bit about the counseling that's been needed in this department. I mean, even for you, you need some time off. I mean, you've been in this for weeks on end.
Yeah. We are building a family here. We started that years ago, and we want, you want to take care of your family. You want to make sure that they're healthy. So we have brought in counselors. I've talked to counselors. I have a great relationship with my wife, who I can, talk to about things. And we promote that. We want our officers to be healthy. We want our families to be healthy. We brought in counselors for the families as well, because we know that it's a solid base. The family becomes a solid base for an officer, and they're the support system, and we want that to be healthy.
So you're saying support for your officers' families?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
What is it about the case that, was it just the endless cycle of, needing to find things and get things and vet up these thousands of tips? What was it about the case that required counseling?
Well, I think there's a lot of things, it was 4 people murdered with the use of a knife. There's things that you don't forget when you go on any of these calls. And we don't want that to build over time. So we want to get them the help that they can get. We want to have a good, solid structure to help them at home, so that when they come back to work, they are ready to serve our community.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna wrap now, and tell me what now. We're entering a whole new year and a whole new phase.
Yes.
What now?
Now we get to know who this individual is. We're focused now on who he is. That's why we keep asking people, send us information. If you've known him, if you've dealt with him at any point in time, this is now where we become more laser focused on one thing, and we're going to find out as much information as we can, but we still need our community and people's help.
But just like the ask during the Elantra, is there anything specific that you're looking for about him that would help you build your case?
We are looking at everything, and I've said that from the beginning. We don't know what small tip may come in that somebody may think is totally irrelevant, but we go, that ties something together for us. And what we're asking is people to give us those pieces and let us work through those to see if that's exactly what we need to help further this case.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching.
Okay. I was trying to write down a few notes because I didn't get to write them down earlier. Let's see. And I saw a question a second ago. Small town girl, how are you? Let's see. I don't remember what the question was now. Okay. Give me a second. Let me get back into my email. It seems that people are now coming out of the woodworks and knew the fella in the picture is not pretty. Did anybody else see where one of this guy's friends or ex-friends or whatever had said that they were told only to speak to police, not media or anything like that, because they could potentially be called in as a witness? Did anybody else see that? What's the interview was to be stopped. Okay. Let's see. I can't remember where I heard that. Okay, so Teresa and B are both saying that they heard it. I don't remember where I seen that at though, but they said that they were told only to speak with police, um, because they could be called in as a witness because of what they like their interactions that they've had with him, knowing him. I'm sure the ones that have grew up with him, went to school with, how he used to be compared to how he is now and all that. Maybe I seen it on Bryan. I don't know. I just remember seeing it somewhere today when I was reading through a bunch of stuff. All right, so Bryan Inton tweeted. Okay, hold on. Let me pull up Bryan Inton's thing, and then I'll go back to back to the video, the other one that I have. Give me a second. Let me find Bryan's thing on here. Because I was looking at his stuff today and Nancy's. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna pull this up. I it hasn't been said if he has a girlfriend. All right. So this one says this was 6 hours ago. Let me pull this up.
After it may have been busted out. Bryan Kohberger, accused of stabbing 4 University of
Can y'all
Idaho
hear
students
that?
to death, will not fight his extradition back to Idaho, according to his public defender, who also said Kohberger is, quote, eager to be exonerated of these charges. I'm a reporter. No one answered when I went to the house where the 28-year-old was arrested in Monroe County, Pennsylvania. The front window was broken with duct tape covering the door after it may have been busted out when the FBI moved in. Sources tell News Nation when Kohberger was in custody, he asked if anyone else was arrested and that he had a quiet, blank stare. Kohberger was getting his PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University in Pullman, Washington, just a 15-minute drive from Moscow, Idaho, where the murders happened. Before moving to Washington, he grew up and studied in Pennsylvania.
Bryan Kohberger.
Kohberger got his bachelor's degree here at DeSales University back in 2020 and then a master's degree from their criminal justice program. A spokeswoman for the school says they are absolutely distraught by what is happening. Something really interesting. There is a world-renowned forensic psychology professor who works here who reportedly actually taught Kohberger.
Have I come face to face with psychopaths? Absolutely.
Dr. Catherine Ramsland has appeared in more than 200 crime documentaries and written almost 70 books, including The Psychology of Death Investigations, The Mind of a Murderer, and she even worked with the BTK serial killer, Dennis Rader, on his autobiography, according to the university website. Lehigh Valley News says Dr. Ramsland confirmed to them Kohberger was a student of hers. When I reached out to her, she told me, I cannot make media statements about him at this time. News Nation has obtained this photo of Kohberger taken during a group project at DeSales University in 2019. Students who studied with him tell News Nation they've been told to only talk to police because they could potentially be called as character witnesses in the case. They did say he was, quote, controlling during the group project. And Kohberger had no criminal history, and there are reports that the FBI was following him and keeping track of his every move for at least 4 days, and that ultimately it was DNA that connected him to the murders. Natasha.
All right, Bryan Enton live for us in Pennsylvania. Thank you so much. And let's get to Moscow, Idaho, where Nancy Liu just spoke with the police chief a few hours ago. Nancy, police are telling you they believe Kohberger acted alone.
Yeah, Natasha, the Moscow police chief tells me that they have their prime suspect along with the white Elantra that they had been seeking for weeks. And as this investigation enters a new phase, this now infamous home will remain under guard, surrounded by yellow tape as a crime scene.
An hour into us releasing the name, we had over 400 people calling in.
The investigation is hardly over. A day after announcing an arrest in the Moscow murders, Chief James Fry says a new focus is building a case against Bryan Kohberger.
If you've known him, if you've dealt with him at any point in time, this is now where we become more laser focused on one thing, and we're going to find out as much information as we can, but we still need our community and people's help.
Soon after Kohberger's arrest, an all-day search of his apartment on the Washington State campus in Pullman. According to a Wazoo classmate, Kohberger had a different demeanor in recent weeks. A graduate student who lives in Kohberger's campus complex is stunned that the neighbor who chatted with him about criminology may be a brutal killer.
I think it's a little bit creepy right now, obviously, because we have someone who, studied criminology background and with psychology, and he actually doing some, I don't know, it's suspect right now, right? But I can't say that if he actually did a crime, is pretty scary and spooky. Yeah.
Last night, News Nation captured crews removing multiple boxes, suitcases, and bags from Kohberger's apartment. Also taken into evidence a large computer tower. The chief has yet to hear what was recovered, but says, like the rest of the investigation, the public may not learn about it anytime soon. At the murder scene, crews set up to begin remediation and cleanup yesterday, putting up black sheeting to block the removal of items from the home. But a local court halted the process to keep the scene preserved indefinitely. Why would the court want that process stopped?
It could be many reasons. Could be for the defense counsel. It could be that they just want to hold it for a little bit.
Chief Fry says he has spoken to the victims' families, but knows there is little comfort at this point as they continue to withhold many details about Kohberger and his potential links to the victims.
It is so important to hold that information and keep it right where it was so that when we made an arrest, and now as we continue further, there will be more information that we're going to hold till the end because we want to get a conviction.
And Moscow police say they believe Kohberger is the one who committed the murders, though they continue to investigate all aspects of this case. Far more details are expected with the unsealing of an affidavit when and if Kohberger is extradited back here to Idaho.
Okay. Hold on, let me get this off of here real quick. Let's see. All right. Let me go back to Brian's. I'm going to see if there was anything else on here because that one was posted 6 hours ago and it's the most recent one. Okay. Let's see. This one is talking about his defense attorney saying he's eager to be exonerated. Okay, give me just a second, y'all. Okay, so that's really all he's posted today. All right, let me go back to my other clip. Let's see, don't let use this ugly teddy bear. Hey, C-Star, how are you? And Samma, how are you? Okay, I just have several different, oh, shit, that is so loud. Several different clips. I'm just gonna do like I did last night and just go down my email list of them that was sent to me. There. All right, let me get this one pulled up for y'all.
You coming in after that break in the Idaho murders. 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger arrested on Friday morning at a home 50 miles outside of Scranton, Pennsylvania. That alleged killer being held now in Monroe County on suicide watch while waiting for extradition. And a News Nation exclusive, while in custody, Kohberger asked if anyone else had been arrested. He now faces 4 counts of first-degree murder and a felony burglary charge in connection with the brutal November stabbings. Those victims, Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were stabbed to death in their sleep nearly 2 months ago. Now, News Nation just spoke with Moscow's police chief a few hours ago. He says they have their primary suspect and the white car they've been looking for. News Nation's Bryan Enton joining us live from Pennsylvania at the house where Kohberger was arrested. Bryan?
Natasha, the working theory right now seems to be that he acted alone in all of this. What is so crazy is that all of this started in Idaho, and now we are on the other side of the country in Pennsylvania, outside the Monroe County Jail. That's the building behind me where the suspect is being held right now. And what is absolutely chilling is we have learned that he was majoring in criminology. Bryan Kohberger, accused of stabbing 4 University of Idaho students to death, will not fight his extradition back to Idaho, according to his public defender, who also said Kohberger is, quote, eager to be exonerated of these charges. I'm a reporter. My property. No one answered when I went to the house where the 28-year-old was arrested in Monroe County, Pennsylvania. The front window was broken with duct tape covering the door after it may have been busted out when the FBI moved in. Sources tell News Nation when Kohberger was in custody, he asked if anyone else was arrested and that he had a quiet, blank stare. Kohberger was getting his PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University in Pullman, Washington, just a 15-minute drive from Moscow, Idaho, where the murders happened. Before moving to Washington, he grew up and studied in Pennsylvania.
Bryan Kohberger.
Kohberger got his bachelor's degree here at DeSales University back in 2020 and then a master's degree from their criminal justice program. A spokeswoman for the school says they are absolutely distraught by what is happening. Something really interesting. There is a world-renowned forensic psychology professor who works here who reportedly actually taught Kohberger.
Have I come face to face with psychopaths? Absolutely.
Dr. Catherine Ramsland has appeared in more than 200 crime documentaries and written almost 70 books, including The Psychology of Death Investigations, The Mind of a Murderer, and she even worked with the BTK serial killer, Dennis Rader, on his autobiography, according to the university website. Lehigh Valley News says Dr. Ramsland confirmed to them Kohberger was a student of hers. When I reached out to her, she told me, I cannot make media statements about him at this time. News Nation has obtained this photo of Kohberger taken during a group project at DeSales University in 2019. Students who studied with him tell News Nation they've been told to only talk to police because they could potentially be called as character witnesses in the case. They did say he was, quote, controlling during the group project. And Kohberger had no criminal history, and there are reports that the FBI was following him and keeping track of his every move for at least 4 days, and that ultimately it was DNA that connected him to the murders. Natasha?
All right, Bryan Enton live for us in Pennsylvania. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching.
All right. Let me get back in the chat real quick, y'all. Hey, Amethyst, how are you? And Happy New Year. Hey, Ted Bundy started his killing in Washington and also went to W. It's almost like this guy is obsessed with Bundy, honestly. Okay, let's see. Idaho to Washington's 10 minutes, so he was close. PA is his parents' home. Has anybody mapped that, how far it is from Pullman to I wonder how far that is. Like miles. Let's see. Go to maps real quick. From where Washington State University is to okay, it's in our Facebook group. Okay, hold on. The from the college to where his parents live at is in the Facebook group. Okay, Robin said 37 hours. Okay, 2,500 miles. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Because I hadn't mapped it yet. Let's see, 7 minutes. Is it West Coasters or will it be Mountain Time? Okay, so 37 hours. That's a long drive, y'all. Seriously. Which makes sense why his dad went out to help, went out to Washington and drove back with him. Let me see what this is. I don't know what this clip is. Hold on one second, y'all. All right, I don't know when this one came out. Give me just one second, y'all. All right, let me get this one pulled up, and it'll be Mountain Time, right, Mar? Okay, I couldn't imagine driving or riding in that car across country. Just think though, y'all, he went and did what he did. He just kept driving the car like it wasn't nothing to it. Hey Kathy, how are you? So 10 minutes from Pullman to Moscow. Yeah, something like that. It's not very far from there. I was just wondering about from where he went to school at in Washington to his parents' house. But somebody said it was like 2,200 miles. Wait, they found who on the dark web? Yeah, WSU is Pacific time. Okay, there is no way he didn't take that knife with him. I'm hoping they found the knife at his parents' house. I don't see him leaving it in Washington. That's like almost like you can't leave your pet at home by themselves when you go on a trip. I don't think he left it in Washington. Let's see. Bryan was on the dark web chatter. That's how he got busted. I don't know. Sisters, both mental health experts. Yeah, small town girl. They both of them. Both of them are. Let's see. Did you see the clip of the Casey girl that attended school with him? Yes, I actually have the clip. Hold on. I'll play that one first. Yeah, I think this is it right here. Oh, I hate how this starts playing as soon as I pull it up. News on 4chan site using a sock account under spotted and report activity. Singing cat, how do you know that? She was in Pennsylvania for almost a week. Could have ditched it there. I don't know. Hopefully they find it. I mean, it's gotta be crucial. I mean, I would wanna know, like, how singing cat, where are you getting your information from? That's the first I've ever heard of that, that's how he got busted. A friend in the case cracked it? I thought it was cracked because they got DNA evidence and they tracked the car back. FBI followed him for 4 days while they were getting getting the arrest warrant for him. Unfortunate, he said he was hiding and oh, yes, small town girl, I did see that too, and there were a lot of people were saying it was him. Alright, let me play this, y'all. Oh, shit, this thing keeps popping up. Hold on, I gotta get rid of this. Okay. And this is about, his former friend, what's her name, Amy? No, Casey, I think is her name. Hold on. We'll play it and see.
A suspect in the 4 Idaho murders was arrested in our area. Newswatch 16 spoke to someone today who says they knew him personally. That's our top story tonight on Newswatch 16 at 6. Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Chelsea Strube. We begin tonight in Monroe County with the arrest of Bryan Kohberger, a suspect in the murders of the 4 Idaho college students. Newswatch 16's Emily Kress spoke to one woman who says she knows Kohberger personally.
The arrest of 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger rocked the nation, charged in connection with the murders of 4 Idaho college students. For people like Casey Arntz, the news of the arrest hits close to home. Her mom calling to break the news.
And she said the person they arrested was Bryan Kohberger, and immediately I freaked out naturally. I went back inside work and I called about 8 of my friends because it was terrifying. It was a shock because there's literally 7 billion people in this world and I know him. I was friends with him. Like, that's terrifying.
Arntz lives in Virginia Beach, but grew up in the Poconos and attended Pleasant Valley High School. She tells us she became friends with Bryan Kohberger through her younger brother during their time in school.
We just hung out and talked, and that's what it was. It wasn't anything crazy, just a typical friendship.
Arntz says she hopes his arrest will shed more light on the case for the sake of the 4 victims and their families.
I don't want to think about what even happened out there. I just want the families to have clarity. I want them to have some type of just answers to questions that they don't have. And I know that we won't get those answers, or they won't get those answers until they actually hear from him. And the police release that information. And it's just, I want them to have clarity and I want them to be able to have peace after all this is said and done.
Kohberger remains locked up here at the Monroe County Correctional Facility. Emily Kress, Newswatch 16, Monroe County.
All right. Give me 1 second. I gotta get this off or it'll start back playing again. All right. Okay, yes, happy New Year's to everyone in the Mountain Time Zone. I wasn't even paying attention to the time. Okay, third ball drop for me. Make 4. I'm wondering what he's gonna eat in jail. They're not gonna give him any special treatment. You know, they're not gonna um give him vegan food. Let's see. Wait. I wonder if it was how soon after the car was brought up he was. Sama, they said that they had followed him. They started following him around Christmas time. Because after the murders happened, he went back to school, went back to work. Like he was finished. He had finished up his first semester earlier this month at Washington State. So he just went back to school like it was nothing to it. I read a thing earlier where they were saying, like, some of the people in his classes were saying that, you know, he was more talkative after the murders, but if something was brought up about what happened, he wouldn't really talk. Let's see, I think he drove back around December the 16th to 17th. So, okay, it's 2 a.m. where I am. This year is going by so fast. Well, it's only 1 o'clock here, so all right, let's see. I think I got another. I just don't see how someone with which obviously he doesn't have, he's not in his right state of mind, but how does someone go do something like this to 4 kids and just go back to living life like it never happened? Let's see. There's a second part to Casey's interview. She was driving him around and that he had bought heroin and had to go to rehab. Billy, do you know where I can find the second part of that interview? Because I would like to see that. Small town girl, thank you so much for the super chat. And she said, thank you for your work and dedication. Well, you're very welcome and thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Okay, does not think like we do. Sandra, yeah, I have to agree. Susan's interested amount according to him. Well, yeah, that's true. And his attorney is wanting him to go have the psych eval done. So I'm wondering if they're trying to go for like some kind of insanity plea or something like that. The same mentality that makes them do both. That's gotta be scary though, because this person was walking around with everyone else and no one even knew that it was him. Oh, Sam, he probably was. I mean, he's very egotistical, very controlling. They said, I read a thing earlier about how he talked to women. Gonna to find smack unbeknownst to her. Okay. I might have to try to find that. Wait, he can't please. He can't plead insanity. He only recently completed his degree. That's what some people do. Okay, my ex was on heroin, and after recovering that, he switched to meth. Oh, wow. All right, give me a second, y'all. All right, let me get my next thing pulled up here. Okay, he has competent thinking skills, so he can't plead insanity. Well, Jingle Balls, that is a good point. Let's see, no insanity plea. Because, I mean, they could do him like they did Lori Vallow and send him to the state hospital until he's found competent to stand trial. Let's see, it wouldn't surprise me if he gets upset with the prosecutor for not getting the events of the killings correct and decides to try to show them how he really outsmarted them. I mean, the way people are saying about him being controlling. Hey, Sifa, how he's controlling and that plays in with OCD and just his ego. I'm more than likely. How much I want to make a bet once his trial and everything is over with, if he doesn't brag to someone in jail about what he did and how he did it. Let's see. Small Toad Girl said he's going to confess like Bundy and confess more murders, in my opinion. I'm still thinking they need to go check out the other two over there, y'all. Because he may be completely innocent of them and not had anything to do with them, but still the thing. And yeah, somebody said the other night that, well, he wasn't even in the area, but do we really know that he wasn't in the area? See, I cannot see an OCD person surviving the mess of a massacre. If the ego will make him take the stand. So, like, yeah, I mean, I could see that too. That he wants to, because of his ego and his controlling ways, he wants to tell the story his way for the jury. I don't know. 9mm, I really was. He was just ignoring me and everything else. Robin like a bird, yes, I heard about that, and that, somebody, was it Truth and Transparency when I was watching her? She was trying to find out, um, I think it was her, the type of car that he was in. Whenever he got pulled over for the seatbelt. But I wonder if that's really what he was pulled over for, or if they just give him the seatbelt ticket. Wait, what? Hold on a minute. Okay. Smelt young girl. So, yeah, she was I wanna say it was her, though, Truth and Transparency. She was wondering about, what type of car he was driving and, if he really did get pulled over for a seatbelt violation. I think he got a warning with a seatbelt. So he didn't get a seatbelt ticket, just a warning? Okay. Which doesn't surprise me, because they don't take reports on nothing out there. I mean, I was reading through one of them where they had a canine search that they had to do, and they didn't even take a report on that. Okay, so he got a ticket, and then he didn't show up. So he didn't pay his ticket, and he didn't go to court for the ticket. So then he should have had a warrant. Okay, so TNT is waiting on police body dash cam of the pullover. Okay. Let's see, Ray. Hold on. Let me see if I can Google that and find out. Does anybody in here have a 2015 Hyundai Elantra that y'all can answer Ray's question? Where did Ray's question go? Let's see. Okay, so the 2015 Hyundai Elantra did indeed come with with GPS, but only as part of the upgraded package. The package added a 7-inch screen. Let's see what this one says. It's basically just an upgrade thing. I don't know if it had any other type of tracking software on it or not. Must have got lost. How are you? I can't remember if I said hi to you earlier. Okay. Also said that someone got fired. Yes, Aaron, I heard about that. That they were uh, watching body cam footage for no reason. Like they wasn't doing reports on it or anything like that, and they wasn't um, putting their name down whenever they were going in to watch it. and they ended up getting fired because of it. Okay, or robbing like a bird, someone said. I can't remember where that was at either, y'all. I see so many different little things like this during the day, and I don't remember exactly where I've seen it at. But someone did say that the reason why Murphy was not hurt is because he is a vegan, and vegans don't believe in hurting animals and all this and that. But then someone else said that vegans also don't believe in hurting humans, and there was a certain way that they had put it. So, I get the animal part of it, but obviously hurting humans, he doesn't care about. Cassie knows that video is still up. Also, she has text between Casey and Bryan, but Casey is taken down from her TikTok. Okay, thank you, Billy. So yeah, he might not have been the one that did the dog or the rabbit. And I'm not mistaken, the lady that owned the dog, little Buddy, that was hurt and everything. I believe she said that the rabbit incident happened like before the dog incident. Okay, was a vegan. Okay, he's the one that was killed in Oregon, and his wife survived. She survived 19 stab wounds. I still police need to check into those. That's what I'm saying, Fern. Like he's okay. He doesn't want to hurt an animal. That's part of a reason why you would be vegan. But it's okay to hurt a person. Okay, veganism is a philosophy and way of living which seeks to include, as far as is possible and practical, see all forms of exploitation of and cruelty to animals for food, clothing, or any other purpose. Okay. Well, I mean, if he lives by that truly, then he wouldn't have been the one who did the thing to the dog and the rabbit. See, look at the dates that we know of, though, 9mm. And it's possible he wasn't there during the time. One was in 2020, the other one was in 2021. And it's possible that he wasn't there in the area. But honestly, just to rule him out of those, because there's a lady who survived that attack. She was stabbed 19 times. And you know that because that case has not been solved, she's still got to be scared. Okay, he has a fractured mind, but I wonder he says he is innocent means no plea. Yeah, he thinks that he's going to go to Idaho and they're just going to exonerate him on the charges. Let's see. Joaquin Phoenix is a stout vegan. So I don't know about all this vegan stuff, y'all. Which attack, Ray? The one in Washington was June the 13th of 2020. The one in Oregon was August the 13th of 2021. And that's the one where it was the man and his wife were stabbed, and the man passed away and the woman survived. Okay, the breed of dog that Murphy is very easygoing and passive, not to mention being used to being around plenty of people, often put up in a room at night. That's what I'm saying, Brian R. I'm not, if that's what people choose to do is, but being a vegan and stuff like that, that's their choice. I'm not gonna, bash them for that because some people have different beliefs than I do and all this and that. I just don't know a whole lot about it. I just know that they don't eat meat. Hey, Doug, how are you? And Doug, as of right now, we don't know what the motive is. Pam, you have a good night, and I hope you have a happy new year. Okay, when were those murders? I don't believe Bryan arrived in Washington. Yeah, there was one. The Washington one was in 2020, June of 2020. The Oregon one was August of 2021. And like I said, he may not have anything to do with it. Um, but honestly, I mean, would it hurt for the law enforcement to look into his whereabouts during those times and just rule him out? And I'm not saying do it now. I mean, they can do it. Well, Oregon can do it right now, and so could Washington. Just look into him and see where his whereabouts are, where he was at. See, wait, did you guys make a message yesterday about Bundy? Where did you post it at, Sifa? I don't remember if I read it or not. And Gregory, you have a good night and Happy New Year. Just okay, yeah, Judy, I'll check it out here in just a few minutes, okay? Twitter. Okay, hold on, Sifa. Let me see. You sent it yesterday? Hold on, let me look because I know that you had sent something else also and I didn't see it, so I might not have. Hold on. Oh my gosh, I gotta go through all these messages. Okay, oh, you did it during the stream. Oh God. Wait, is this it? No, that's not it. Okay, hold on. Hmm. Wait, I don't see it. And I'm all the way up to the time while I was streaming. I don't know. I'll have to go back and look and see if I can find it. Because it's probably way up on the thing. Okay, you really shouldn't criticize people on their eating habits unless they're cannibals. William, I haven't criticized anybody on their eating habits. I just clearly said that if someone's a vegan, that's their choice, that I'm not gonna bash them for it. Hey, Katie Bug, how are you? Hanging out with y'all has been some of the best times of this year. Oh, honey, thank you so much for that. Sin again. Okay, let me look at it real quick. Let's see. Cannibals need to eat too. But I mean, I haven't criticized anybody on their eating habits. Okay, so here's a well thought since you. What if he's the one who started? Hold on, y'all. Let me read this real quick. Oh my God, this is a lot, Sipa. Hold on. Oh well. That would be a good thing, Sifa, to put together and compare the two and make a live out of it. That's what we need to do. Okay. See, I was a vegan for 5 years. I was weird and wouldn't ever go back. I'm still trying to figure out how I was criticizing someone for their eating habits. I mean, I would never do that. It's ridiculous. Anybody who's been here long enough should know that I wouldn't criticize someone for the way they eat or anything else. Okay, let's see what else we got. Making sure I got all my clips out, my video clips. I didn't think I did, y'all, honestly. I mean, I literally had dang it, that's loud. I literally just said if that was their choice, then that's fine. Wait, hold on. Writing down numbers that were around the house at the time of the murder? Loaded hot? No, I haven't heard of that. What do you think about the location part? I mean, it could be something, Sifa. It's something to look into for sure. GMJ, I forgot who it was. Somebody said something about I really shouldn't criticize people. I didn't say anyone was criticizing. That is what the Bible says. Okay, yeah, but William, if you were the one who had made the comment, you said you really shouldn't criticize people or people's eating habits. So were you referring to me as criticizing someone or just everybody in general? Because I might have. Wait, you did hear? Hold on, wait. I did hear you say that. I did. I never said I've never criticized anybody in their eating habits. I clearly said that if you are vegan, that is fine. That I'm not going to bash you if that is your choice. Maybe you need to go back and listen to it again. Why am I going to bash someone for their eating habits or the way they eat when we literally talk about food in this on this channel almost every night before I end a live? I mean, that's crazy. Obviously, that person has not been around here very long. Okay. I'm eating pickles. All I got to eat. All right. Yeah, I'm not going to feed into them. Just, I don't like people accusing me of doing something that I didn't do. Because that's one thing I would never do is criticize someone for anything like that. All right, I'm just going through my stuff real quick, making sure I got everything. I had several clips. I just want to make sure that I've played all of them for y'all tonight. Play this one. Hold on, I gotta play a little bit of this to see if well, I eat trolls. Jingle bells. Let me play this clip just for a second and let me see if I played this tonight. Okay, now I already know I didn't play it. I think this is the last one I've got. Second. And brand new and hadn't heard any. Well, Rogue Mama, thank you. I didn't think that I did. All right. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna play this, and then I've got to mute out and go grab something out of the kitchen.
All right, Joe, you and I were talking about this, I think, on Outnumbered. So I went to the University of Washington, which is in Seattle. And Wazoo, WSU, across the state, is just across the border from University of Idaho, as Dan was just outlining there. It's 8 miles away. For us, we would drive over and spend weekends going to both campuses. So I think oftentimes when we hear about crimes or things that happen, we tend to think of them within the situs of a state or a city. But really, it now makes so much more sense, given that, as always, the killer seemed to be the one that was right next door. But here it just happened to be Washington State next to their Moscow, Idaho.
Right. You're thinking maybe this is somebody who was a student at the campus, for example, and you think, oh, another state. But the other state, as you said, is only 8 miles away. The two big questions I have is the why and the how here. Why did this happen? Because when we interviewed Steve Goncalves on the 5 yesterday, he was asked, did you ever hear this name before, the name of the suspect who was arrested? He said, we've never heard that name before. So did he know the victims? So is this a random act just by a sick person? Did he case the victims before he did this, or just in some sort of rage just went to the house at 3 o'clock in the morning? But the how is truly the mystery here, right? How do you kill 4 people in a home, not with a gun, but with a knife, and there are other people in that home that never wake up? There had to be screams, because we heard about defensive, they actually fought back, and that's how they got the DNA, because of the defensive part. But here's the thing, the Moscow police chief yesterday said that he cannot 100% confirm that this was the only person that may have been involved in these murders. And you think, how else could he have pulled this off unless he had some kind of help? Because how do you restrain 4 people like that and no one hears anything in the house? Still a lot of questions here, guys.
Right, and so many questions, Lisa, and including for what we do know about him, what we're learning about him. So apparently he's a vegan, which, as I understand it, the basis of which is to do no harm to living creatures. But here we have him now being charged with the murder of 4 humans, but also that he was a criminal justice PhD candidate at that time. He's clearly interested in the field of law. To Joe's point, no prior record, which is why we didn't have his DNA potentially on file. That's why the allegations of such are that it's using familial DNA, which is what you do when you have an unknown source of evidence at a crime scene. You then use familial DNA to triangulate to find that person versus having an identification already popped up in the system.
Well, I'm hoping we learn more when the probable cause affidavit is released, when he's extradited back to Idaho. So hopefully there's more information in that. And it's interesting, too, because the Kaylee Goncalves family said that they're starting to see some connections between him and their daughter, even though that she did not directly know him. We also know there's previously reports that her injuries were worse than her roommate. So I'm wondering if maybe she was the link, she was the original target, and then everyone else was just, part of that, sadly. So hopefully we learn more there. And look, there's been a lot of frustration about the lack of information from authorities, but it seems like they actually played it very wisely, because ultimately, I was reading a report from 2 days ago, and the authorities were saying, though, even though they received something like 20,000 tips, had interviewed 300 people, that they had no suspect. That wasn't true, right? They had their suspect, because they started following him allegedly on Christmas Day, and then the days since then working on trying to obtain a warrant. So clearly they were, intentionally misleading the public. So perhaps this guy got a little bit comfortable thinking, oh, I'm in the clear. They don't think they have a suspect. I can live my life however I want. And then boom, they got him. So even though it was frustrating for us working in the media, it was well played by authorities, it seems.
Absolutely. I don't know about this familial DNA. How close, does anybody know how close you have to be? Could you get a second cousin? Does it have to be a direct relative? Because if you're a criminal, I don't want to give any bad guys advice, but if you're a criminal,
Yeah,
you don't want to
that,
give
Tom.
Ancestry.com subscriptions to your brothers and sisters, right?
Right? That's such a great question, such a great point. The Golden State Killer was identified using familial DNA. You don't have to be super close, but you have to be in the orbit. And then that's where additional evidence comes in. For example, if they know that person had to be alive on this date and had access to Moscow, Idaho on this date, then it narrows the field. So it's a multi-layered evidence analysis.
Also, I wonder, remember the gas attendant who just had this hunch of, I got to check the tapes, right? I've got to check. Yes. And she saw a white sedan, speeding through at something like 3:45 a.m. So I wonder if, how that plays out in capturing the guy as part of the evidence against him, if that was indeed the killer.
That's right, the Hyundai Elantra. All right.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
Okay, everybody can hear that okay? Okay, because Charles said he couldn't hear it. I don't know why you couldn't hear it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. You love Sean Hannity. Thank you, SoCal Cal. And Bree, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. I popped that up there and wrote your name down also, so I wouldn't forget to thank you for that. Okay, I could hear it. Okay, thank y'all. I don't know why he wasn't able to. He had it playing on his phone, but he couldn't. He said he wasn't able to hear it. Yeah, I didn't IML, so it was just somebody trolling. So let's see. Wait, did someone say goodnight? Oh shit, I missed it. Okay, I don't see where somebody said good night, but good night and thank you for coming and joining us. All right, so Sifa. Sifa, do you feel better now that you've slept? Shane C, Happy New Year to you as well. You had your sound down. Really? All right, so the West Coast has got what, 26 more minutes until it's New Year's for y'all? Well, Sifa, that just means that you need more sleep. So does anybody want to come up for a little bit up on panel? Let me grab a link. 1 second. Oh, Marissa, people are shooting fireworks. I heard it right when it hit 12 o'clock here. I could hear a few probably down at the neighbors with their grandkids. And then that's all I heard. Oh, what if I was sober? I need to check in on White Widow Baby and see how they're doing. See, it was just in okay. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, here comes Judy. Hold on, Judy, I'm bringing you up. Can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Very good. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
I've never heard you say anything bad about anybody eating, so don't let anybody get on you.
Yeah, I didn't think I did. Because I mean, I just said I eat meat, and I don't know about vegan stuff, and I was being honest. But if somebody's vegan, I'm not going to bash them for that's their choice. And they went to saying about I shouldn't criticize people for their eating habits. So everybody was saying they were trolling. They've never even been in here before. So they're gone now, so I ain't worried about it.
I was almost afraid to come up tonight because of the last 2-3 nights. You've had some strange characters.
Who was it? Who came up here? Did somebody come up here last night? I think the only ones that's been on here the last couple of nights is Joe and Lady V was up here, her and Joe, a couple of nights.
And then somebody came up and they wanted to not be here anymore.
Oh, yeah, they were just in chat, though. They wasn't up on the panel.
Oh, but I was like, holy.
Yeah, they were in chat, but I haven't that was, Fat Boy Slim. I haven't seen him in here, and I know Sifa had reached out to him, like, the night after that. And
Yep.
Sifa, did you hear anything back from him, from Fat Boy Slim? Because we were, like, trying to give him the number and encourage him not to wanna do stuff like that because,
Oh yeah, I was listening. I heard you.
and all that, so and he thanked everybody, and then I haven't seen him since then, so I hope he's okay.
Yeah, but that's what I said. I was almost afraid to come up.
No, you don't have to be afraid to come up here. You're welcome up here at any time. Okay, Sifa said no, he hasn't heard anything back from him. Okay, well,
But you know that video you showed the other day or it was yesterday, where that guy was talking into a computer screen and everybody was trying to figure out, was that the guy who possibly did this?
oh, yes, the TikTok video.
Okay, you don't have to do it now, but
Mhm.
somebody else on another show played that.
Okay.
And when they got right towards the end, the guy didn't realize he was showing more of his face than he should have.
I know that on his, it was a laptop that he had sitting there. Is that what when you're talking
Yeah.
about? Like,
Yep.
the
Yep.
laptop is off, but it's open and you can see everything
Yep.
through? Yeah, I saw that
Okay.
part.
Did you see where he was starting to show his face?
I could see it, but I couldn't really make out what exactly he looked like.
If you look at it towards the end, because you're waiting to see when he's going to kind of move the camera angle wrong. Well, I'm telling you what, I'd say there's a 95% chance that's him.
It could be. I know that we had his screenshots of it, and then it was next to the guy whenever they arrested him, his mugshot, and like part of his ear didn't look the same, but it could have been because the angles were not the same of the camera,
Yeah.
so it could have made it look different a little bit. But it, yeah, a lot of people were saying that it did look like him. Some were saying it didn't look like him, but it was just that right side, I guess a right side profile or whatever they call it.
Yep.
So it was really hard to tell.
Yep. But I just wanted to tell you to look at it again when you get a minute and you're bored.
When I'm bored. Honestly, I never have time to be bored. I really don't. I wish I did. I wish I could just wake up one day and just be able to just chill out all day and not have anything to do.
Yeah.
And then I wouldn't know what to do with myself,
There
honestly.
you go. Yeah, I got a dog that dropped his ball off the bed and he's having a crap fit.
Aw,
So I had to go get it for him.
poor thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's only got like 55 other balls, but he has to have that one.
Well, just that one is the best one. That's why.
He cracks me up. I can have, like, if I find a ball he really likes, before I'd go on Amazon and order 4 or 5 of them.
Mhm.
All the same color if I had to. That dog knows which one of those was the one he was playing with, no matter if the color's the same, if it looks exactly, I don't know how he does it.
He just knows that it's not the right one.
I know it. So how's your weather down there in Louisiana?
It's been actually nice the past 2 or 3 days. It's been in the 70s during the day. Right now it says it's 55, so it hasn't been too hot and it hasn't been too cold. So it's actually been pretty nice. It literally rained the other day for like 48 hours straight, and our road is still flooded in front of my house, and they haven't came and fixed that yet. But other than that, it's okay.
Yeah,
And I think Monday and Tuesday is supposed to storm again, but
yeah, we're a little bit higher in temperature than normal.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still cold up there though, right?
Well, I hope I don't knock myself off the lie, but hold on a second.
Okay.
It is in the middle of the night right now. Okay, I don't need the humidity. Oh, 47 degrees.
Oh, so that's just a few degrees lower than what I am right now.
Right. As I said, we're a little bit unconditionally warmer than,
Oh,
you know
y'all
what I
don't
mean?
even have snow up there.
We had a little bit. We didn't get hit like New York or anything, but we had a little bit, and now it's starting to go away. So,
Simple butterfly, I will check that in just 1 second. Thank you. Okay, go ahead,
something
Judy.
Something you need to do, hon?
Oh, no. She was just telling me that she has sent a thing to me in an email.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know. What I sent you was a screenshot of that girl's page that you did put up one of them, but that's all the ones that she had put up. There were little clips about knowing him.
Okay.
And I think it was in one of those, somebody said, don't be talking to people because then you'll end up in the court case. She says, I don't care.
Oh, wow.
So that's why I sent you that screenshot.
Okay.
Because somebody had showed it and I screenshotted it because I'm on my phone. So if I'd have been on my laptop, I'd have done it different. But
Okay, thank you, son. And he says, thank you for giving me more love in 1 month than I've ever had in my entire life. Thank you for giving me my first New Year's where I am able to say I have my own mom and my own family. I love you and fam. I love you too, son. Thank you.
very nice.
Now he's going to try. Literally, Sif, are you trying to make me cry on a live?
Can you do it? Okay, I can get you out of it. All I got to do is say Venmo.
Oh, yeah. I love me some Venmo.
There you go. You're welcome.
But thank you, Sifa, seriously. You know I love you from the bottom of my heart.
I would sit here at night and listen to your voice, and because I have an awful time getting to sleep, and I'd listen to you, and then all of a sudden, that night that somebody come in and started giving you crap, well, I never got so happy in my life to hear you go,
I try not to do it. I really
how do you
do.
like this, and how do you like that, and how do you like this?
I was mad last night. I really was. I had a headache this morning when I woke up.
Oh, did you ever resolve that situation?
Yes. Apparently, they were probably listening, and they ended up changing the name. So, yes, it is now taken care of.
Okay.
So,
Because you don't need anybody going out there representing you after you've worked so hard to build up your own name and brand.
right. And it was just the fact of posting stuff that was misinformation.
Oh, poor Sama, too, is saying, did he have Venmo? Oh, my God. I think,
wait, who have Venmo?
I don't know. I think I don't know. She thinks we're talking about the 4 or, but it's Sama 2, SAMA 2. Did he have Venmo?
Sama, did who have Venmo? But yeah, anyway, like on the Twitter thing, I mean, there was one instances where the person that was running the Twitter had accused someone of murder. And that person came back and was like, you know, you gotta take that off. And even though she's the one that posted it, hey, Tattoo Rebel, Happy New Year. You know, even though she's the one that posted it and we had done parted ways and everything, the point was it still had my channel name on there.
No,
And
he's talking about Bryan.
oh, yes, he did have a Venmo. Hold on, let me go back because I
There you
remember
go.
looking at it. I looked at it last night.
You are the Venmo queen.
I love me some Venmo, let me tell you. Hold on, let me get it pulled back up here. Let's see, Kohberger. I think he only has, his sister is the only friend that he has on there. And the only transaction that was on his Venmo account was from September of 2021, and it was $15 from Venmo. It was like I guess a cashback credit type thing or whatever it is that they have on Venmo. And so that's all he got was the $15 from him. And his only friend was his sister. So, and I looked through hers and it was mostly just paying for food, salad, bagels, Panera bread. That's pretty much all it is. There wasn't anything that I seen on hers that was, nothing to it.
Do you think that they'll try him all 4 cases at once or individually?
Probably at once, I would think. I think that they would just go in and have one trial for all 4 of them instead of trying to do like a trial for each one, because I'm pretty sure there may be like a little bit, and Sama too, you're welcome, honey. There may be each one may have a few different evidence to go along with it, but I think as a whole, they'll do it all at one time. It would be pointless to do 4 trials for each one, or 1 trial for each one, I'm sorry.
Well, it all depends how they want to stack the sentences. That's how they decide that.
Yeah, I don't know. I figured that they would just do it all 4 at one time, especially if they're gonna have if all 4, uh, victims are gonna have the same witnesses. It would just be easier just to do it, because I know that's how they're gonna do Chad and Lori's. They said that they was not gonna do, 2 different trials, you know, 1 for Chad and 1 for Lori, because there's no point in wasting the taxpayers' money to do 2 trials whenever, you know, all the evidence are gonna be the same and all the witnesses are gonna be the same, so they wouldn't separate the trials, so I'm sure that's how they'll do it with this one as well.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, they would have to get if they did 4 trials, that's 4 sets of jury members that they
Yeah.
would have to get,
But
you
I'm
know,
just,
so
it was just a question I threw out there. I didn't think
yeah.
they'd go it individual either, but
Yeah. Yeah, it'd probably be easier just to do them all 4 at one time, so
I'll tell you what, we all should be praying when that trial starts for those family members,
Right.
because sitting in that courtroom,
Yeah.
seeing what they're gonna about to see
Yes, what they're
and
gonna
hear,
hear.
and what they're
Yes.
gonna hear is, I can't imagine it.
No, that's what I was saying the other day. Like, the families, they may know some things, but there's gonna be pictures that they're gonna see. Um, like, they're gonna get to see all of it, because everything that's shown to that jury, everybody sitting in that gallery in that courtroom are gonna get to see it as well. And you gotta pray for the families, because honestly, I don't think any family member is gonna be ready for that,
Oh
of
my
what they're
God.
gonna see. I honestly don't.
If it was me, for me not to go across and just, you know what I mean?
Yes.
I could
I don't know if I can contain myself, honestly, if I was in that situation.
That's what I'm saying. You know, that
Yeah.
would be, but those poor families to have to, you know,
I know, it's heartbreaking.
I don't know, but I don't know what I don't know. Of course, nobody's going to know till he gets arraigned of what they base that arrest warrant on. But that right there, it's going to tell us if he's going to weasel out of this.
Right. I mean, honestly, I would think, you know, he's OCD and he's very controlling. I don't
What?
know if he would, just sit down and write it all out to make sure that they, you know, and confess to all of it, so they would have it perfectly right whenever it goes to trial. I don't think he would do that, but like someone said about him getting on the stand, so he can tell the jury his version of it as he sees it, or as he thinks it in his mind. So in his mind, it would be the perfect story.
Well,
It may
wait.
not be right, but
It was either he was there and did it, or he has an alibi. Because I don't think they'd get an arrest warrant on nothing.
oh, I'm positive he's the one that, well, I'm not gonna say positive because I don't know 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure he's the one who done it. I think hopefully, you know, especially with the FBI, and what is it, Idaho State Police, because I know Moscow Police, they were not very experienced with anything like this. So I'm hoping that with the other 2 agencies, they were able to collect the evidence the right way and get everything that they needed, crossed all of their T's and dotted all of their I's, to make sure that when they take this to the judge and it goes to court, they are able to convict him of this, and
Well,
he will go to prison.
think of this angle too. He was going for what, his master's or his PhD in criminal?
He
Okay.
was working on his PhD
So that
when
means
this happened.
at the end of that, this year, or when he sums it all, you have to have a big, huge paper, right?
Hmm.
All right. So he's going to probably use the excuse of all those questions on the internet because he was writing a paper.
Right.
But here's what's going to get him. If the story he writes or the synopsis he writes matches in any way to this case, then he's screwed.
Yep.
If his synopsis is to a crime that's nowhere near matches, well, then we got to hope they got DNA.
Yeah. Okay, wait, let me find this in chat. Fern, let's see who. Okay, who am I following on Twitter if not you? Okay, Fern, do you know? Hold on, I'll pull my Twitter up, and there's the link. They're dropping it in the chat, but I'm gonna pull mine up because the other account should have had my picture taken off of it as well. Or I would hope anyway. Okay, let me see if I can find it right here. I'm just gonna pull this up real quick where everyone can see it. Okay, so oh wait, let me take Sipa's thing off where it can be. All right, so this is what mine should look like. It should say Scarlet Lost Souls TC on it. So if it says anything other than that, it's not me.
Did you check the other account yet?
Yeah, it was changed last night.
Well, okay.
So, well, probably after I got off the live, it was changed after that. And the person sent me an email and told me that they changed it, and I went over and made sure and all that. So that's just one less stress I have to worry about now.
Well, you addressed it.
Yeah.
And took care of it.
Let's see. I found it. I followed you too, but I have no idea how to work it. Oh, Jim J, you're talking about Twitter? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not good on Twitter or Instagram and all that crap. I'm not.
I like Twitter better than I do Instagram, but Instagram is okay. Now TikTok, I can do it. I don't really like it, but I can do it.
You can do it. I can do it, but I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it, but I can do it. All right, let me get this off the thing real quick. And what was hold on, what was something else was sent to me? What was it?
What are you growling about? Why are you growling?
Okay, so Laura, I'm about to follow you back. Okay. I can hear the ball squeaking.
You can hear it, huh?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Okay, I do Twitter and that's it. Sandra, are you following me on Twitter?
Stop it. Hey.
All right. Twitter hates me, laugh out loud. See, Instagram more or Discord easy. I don't do Discord. I've heard too many bad things about it. Okay, so you followed you and Sipa and one of the news channels here and have no idea how to use it. Jim J, I promise you'll get used to it. Hey Joe, how are you? Happy New Year. Okay. Maybe use Twitter. Yeah, I used to use it a long time ago, and then I quit for several years, and then when I went back to it and was using it for the channel, I was like, "Oh shit." Like it doesn't sound I know it was still the same, but it didn't seem like it was still the same. Let's see. Wait, Tonka, Alaska has its own time zone? So it's after Pacific time, right?
Oh, there's Joe.
Okay, Discord. I select private. Allow me. Who can add me on Discord? Okay. Oh, wow. I didn't know that about Alaska. I just assumed it was in with California and all them. So you still got, let's see. It's just now about to be on the West Coast, right? New Year's. Yeah, I knew Hawaii's like 4 hours behind me. Okay, so yeah, it's about to be New Year's on the West Coast, so we got a few more minutes. Let's see, Hawaii, New Year is 6 hours away. Sean, what state are you in? Well, maybe it's 5 hours now because of the time change.
I have
I
to read.
forget about the time change. I hate the daylight saving stuff.
You know,
Wait,
I
who
don't
is
know why they do that. There was a reason for it during the Depression.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my father knew the exact reason. It had to do with livestock and I don't know. But there was a real good reason for it. And then they never stopped doing it. And it's crazy because if the United States is all the United States, it seems to me that if it's 3 o'clock here, it should be 3 o'clock at your house. You know what I mean?
Right.
What's the big? I mean, I know it's the sun going over and da 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 da, but it makes
Yeah.
everything so complicated.
Yeah, I don't like daylight because I mean during the summer here it gets dark at like almost 9 o'clock, and then during the winter it's like 5 o'clock. It's dark here.
Same
All
here.
right.
4:30,
So,
5 o'clock.
and I hate that. Okay, so Happy New Year to all the West Coast people. All right, so Hawaii is 10 p.m. now. Okay, so yeah, they're still 4 hours behind me then. Hey Bugsy, how are you? And Happy New Year. Okay. So let's see, we made it through. I missed Crime Crazy Nim's New Year. Theirs was like, well, she's 16 hours ahead of me, so I can't even count backwards to see what time it would have been at our time when it was her
Well,
New Year's.
if you went on YouTube, I turned my tablet on. I hadn't turned it on in a while, and I'm seeing, it's funny because I'm seeing 4th of July in Italy. I'm seeing in Paris. I'm like, geez, I forget it's
Right.
all these different times.
Mhm. Let's see, wait, maybe Kohberger went to do a drug deal and there it went bad. What did he steal? I am ill. I don't. They're saying because he went into the house, and I'll have to go back and rewatch the conference about it. But it does explain in there why they did the burglary charge. But it was something to do with him going into the house. I guess without permission. I forgot exactly how it says it, but the chief did explain it in the news conference that they did yesterday. It's so hard to retain all this information.
Yeah,
It
and
really
we're still dealing with the Kylie case.
right. And like I said earlier, I'm Troll is going through something on TV, watching something on YouTube, and I'm looking at something else or reading something else, and he's like, "Hey, wait, listen to this for a second." And so I'm listening and reading, and I know that I've read it or heard it somewhere. I just don't remember exactly where it was that I read it or heard it. I just know that I did, and then that's why I always ask if anybody else, um, had heard it or read it, and to make sure that I'm not going crazy.
But remember this feeling, because that's how you feel when you get my age.
I can't remember nothing. I have a hard time remembering stuff though. Like if I don't write a note, I will completely forget about it.
Well, it starts with going into the kitchen and you can't remember why you went in the room.
Oh well.
So then you back out and you go back into the kitchen, and all of a sudden it'll come back to you the minute you kind of like relive it.
Mhm.
Or you go
Yeah.
sit on the couch and then it'll come to you right off what you were going in the kitchen for.
Yeah. I
But
I have those days though, but I like anything crime-wise, I retain it. I may not remember where I've heard it or seen it, but I do like with Kylie's case. That was so much information that I retained into my brain that it made my brain hurt. And it's the
and
same thing. It's the same
remember when
thing
I
with this.
asked you a month before everybody started doing this? Remember when I said to you,
Go back
Scarlett,
through my notebooks.
go back to your notebooks?
Yep. And I remember you told me that 2 or 3 times to
Yep.
go back through my notebooks, because whatever the answer is in one of my notebooks.
Yeah, because you kept
Yeah.
such good notes.
Yeah. I
I
really
mean,
do need to go back through them all and
but
just
what you need to do is you need to get a highlighter or something, or bracket, like with a red pen or something. Because the minute you get into, they showed pictures from the watchtower, get rid of that. You know what I mean?
right. Yeah.
Any distractions, get rid of it.
Right. Yeah, I
Because
think all of the stuff that I had on my computer for the fire cam footage and all that, I deleted all that because it was irrelevant. Um, there was a lot of stuff like on my phone, I had probably 3 or 4,000 screenshots of stuff. And so one day I just like went through my phone and was like, okay, so this isn't nothing to it. Get rid of it so I can have some more space to do more screenshots. And I went through all of my pictures and everything that I had on my computer, and if it was irrelevant, I just got rid of it. Now, all of my Venmos, I made sure to keep all of those, because that's like vital information right there. So
well,
I made
I hope I
sure.
didn't give you away, because there's somebody that I know who's connected to this, I don't know, like the marshals and FBI and things like that kind of deal.
Mhm.
And something was mentioned. The subject of Venmo came up,
Mhm.
and somebody was. I says, "Well, I know where the source was going." So they said, they asked in general, anybody heard about that rumor about Venmo? I just wrote back in a private conversation, it's no damn rumor, and this is where you find it. Talk to her. Her name's Scarlett.
Yeah, I was the first one when we discovered the Venmos. Me and the mods, I was the first one that came out with it.
Right. Oh, you
And
were.
and it was like nobody in Truckee liked the Venmos, but you know what?
Nobody
I
else
can't help it. You should have
Nobody
been.
else doing that Kylie case had
No,
ever mentioned it. We thought before you did.
no, and all I know is that they shouldn't have been dumb enough to leave their Venmos on public. Because if you leave it on public, it becomes public information. So,
Yeah.
it's Sifa, I don't think White Widow Baby is in here tonight. So I sent her a message on Twitter to check on her, but she hasn't answered me back. So I know they had family and stuff that had flew in today, so they were doing all of their New Year's and all that stuff. Wait, she's in here? Where's she at? Oh, there she is, Grandma. Okay, so Grandma, how are you? I'm sorry, I didn't even see her. But I did send her a message on Twitter to check on her to make sure she was okay. I see you now, White Widow Baby. I'm sorry. I didn't see you a second ago. Oh, she's doing great. So is it like another 4th of July type deal? KT, how are you? And Happy New Year to you. But yeah, I really do, though, Judy, I really do need to go back through my notebooks, and I need to go back through and reorganize everything. And because there was a lot of times where I would have, I'd be talking and something would come up or someone would put something in chat, and I would just like scribble it down on like the side part of the page,
Yeah.
because I was in such a hurry. Like my notes are messy,
Well, just like
completely unorganized.
if you happen to be sitting in the living room watching a show with your husband and you got your notebooks in front of you and you just start here and there, don't kill yourself, and see if you see something written down that you didn't remember
Mhm.
or you didn't, it makes sense now, but it didn't at the time.
Right. Yeah, I really do need to do that. I need to do like Crime Crazy said. She keeps on with me like, you don't need to write it down. You got a computer, put it on the computer, type it up and all this and that. But I just do so much better with writing. So
Yep.
I need to like probably go through my notes. I think if I took all 6 notebooks that I have, I believe it's 6 total with Kylie's, or maybe 7. And I just rewrote them all down because every day when I write notes down, I always date it so I know what day it's from. Um, I need to just go back. I think if I went back and just rewrote them, I could probably squeeze everything in organized in probably 5 notebooks. And, that way everything is nice and neat. Now, whether it's would stay like that or not, because if something pops up on Kylie's case, then I may go back to scribbling notes all over the page again, but
Right. But you know what I mean.
right.
Even if it's taking a new notebook that's brand new and just start, like fact number 1, and you just write something down real quick
Mhm.
that, Kylie's missing, the date or whatever. And then fact number 2. And then so you're just to see when you get to the end of the page, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
But you were so good at taking notes, like the answer's got, or maybe not the complete answer, but
Right.
a clue.
Let's see. KT said, "Do you know Excel?" No. I've never used Excel. I have tried to do a spreadsheet, and there was like the formula thing that you got to put in there to make it where you can go from like one little column to the other. Yeah, I can never remember the formula that you got to put in. So I don't even do spreadsheets. If it can't be wrote down in a notebook with my hand, it doesn't happen.
Unless you could find a voice operated program where you could say it and it would type it for you.
Honestly, though, if I don't write it, that's my thing, though. If I don't write it, I don't remember it. I've always been like that type that it's like if I write it down, I have to pay attention to what I'm putting. Um, because I literally can't write without looking at the paper. Typing, I can type and be watching TV and still type and know what I'm typing and I know that it's right, so I'm not gonna remember it. And that's the reason why I don't type my notes up because I would never remember them. No, Fat Boy Slim, you're not blocked. We can see you. So I
I
think that's
agree.
the reason
When I
why.
write it down, I can retain it a lot.
Right. Because I mean, I have to pay attention to the paper to make, what I'm writing or whatever. But like I was typing something the other day and I was looking at Troll when he was talking to me. He's like, "Well, how the hell are you typing it if you're not looking at it?" But I mean, every job that I've ever had required typing and it just, you know, it's
Yeah,
easy.
I get you.
So if I'm not looking at it as I'm doing it, I won't retain it. What just got the phone with Epi? Fat Boy, what are you okay? Exactly, beautiful. If you ink it, you think it. That's a good one. I've never thought of it like that. I always thought of it as if I have to pay attention to my paper while I'm writing it, and it just helps me remember it.
Is Fat Boy in here?
Yes, he just came in.
So he's doing good?
Yeah, he said he just got off the phone with the FBI. I'm not sure what that was about, but yeah, I'm glad to see that he's in here and he's doing okay.
Well, you didn't call him on us, did you?
Honda Civic, Happy New Year.
Because I got to
And
get dressed if they're going to come knocking on my door.
let's see, oh, Sam, so you know what I'm talking about too, with the whole having to write the thing down. Let's see. Okay, so Fat Boy said, "I am well. Thanks to all of you. All in well. Well, Fat Boy, we are happy to hear that you are doing good. We were worried about you the other night. I know Sifa had reached out to you because people in chat were asking if you were doing okay, but I'm glad to see you in here with us tonight. Hey, Stone Gator, how are you? And Commander, how are you? Happy New Year's.
Well, Stone Gator's here. She's going to check how many likes you get now.
Yeah, Stone Gator is one of my fellow Louisianians.
Well, I keep telling him to give you the old thumbs up, and I don't think nobody listens to me.
Usually Crime Crazy has to get onto him in chat. She has a certain number that she wants on likes with each. I never know what the number is. She never tells me. She just gets a number in her head and she starts telling people we got so many till that number and oh, we're out of time. So did we get to the number tonight, Jingle Balls? Let's see. Hey, Redford, how are you? Let me see. I'm sorry. This family. Okay, I'm just going back to chat real quick. Well, Fat Boy, I'm happy that we were able to be here for you. You know, whatever it was you were going through the other night, I'm happy that we were here for you. Jingle Ball says, speaking of which, more likes, please.
Well, that's the thing that I don't understand, especially on your channel, but here's what I don't understand about YouTube. I'm sitting here and I'm watching, then people come in your room and it's going 200, it's going up to 300. And I check your likes and it's slowly creeping up from 300. Of course, I think I had a glitch that night because it never left 19 on me.
Right.
So,
Now, sometimes, like, I've been in other people's chat, and, you know, I always have to, like, exit completely off of their channel and then go back to it before it updates the likes for me. If not, it'll just sit there and be the same number the whole time I'm in their chat. So I don't know if that's for everyone else, if they've got to do that. Jim J says, yeah, you got to go out and refresh. So apparently it must be for everybody.
oh, because it was like I'm watching and nobody else is liking
Yeah.
you, and I'm watching the more people come in and nobody else. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you people?
Yeah, I didn't know if it did it for everybody, but yeah, it would always do it for me. I've always made a habit though, if I go into somebody's chat and I say anything at all, like even if it's just hi to someone, I always hit the like button before I go in. Some people forget to do it, which is fine. You know, really the only thing the likes do, it just helps on the algorithm.
Well, I use it like it's your channel. It's a given because I like your channel. I mean, I might watch a channel once, twice before I'll automatically hit like before I go in.
Right.
But usually if I go watch something and I'm looking forward to, it's like I try to back out, hit that like button, and then go with the chat because I'm on my phone. So
Yeah, it's just like I said, some people forget, you know, and that's fine. It's Crime Crazy. You know, if you have a channel and you have good mods, your mods will always remind people in the chat, hey, you know, if you haven't done so, go hit the like button, or you know, something like that. My mods have always been awesome about that. I've been in some chats and now have 6 or 7 mods in there, and the mods are not like, hey, go hit the like or whatever, you know. So, and sometimes people just forget to do it, and sometimes people don't, you know, don't care whether they do or not, which, like I said, the only thing it really does is just helps the algorithm for the channel.
right.
Was there a report of an arrest in Moscow today? Hold on, let me look. I know that when I looked earlier on their website, they hadn't did any type of release, press release. Let's see.
On what?
Usually every day on the Moscow Police Department website, they will they put out a presser, a
Well,
press release. Usually, if it's the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, they usually didn't. They did one yesterday because of it being, you know, the arrest made and everything. But somebody is asking about if there was an arrest today in Moscow. So let me see. And my internet, what the hell is up with the internet? It's already 2023, y'all. 2 hours and 18 minutes into 2023, and the internet's already messing up.
well, you know how the year's gonna go then.
Oh, God. I hope not. I hope it goes better than this. Okay, so let me see what their daily activity log was. Okay, someone said that there was an arrest today. Okay, let's see. Okay, well, their daily daily activity log, they don't even have anything on here for the 31st. But let me look. What is it? December. I'll cut the light off on me and I can't see what I'm typing now. Okay, I can't see. Hold on, I gotta cut a light on. Okay. Candy, you're in Louisiana too? All right. Hey, Crosshatch, how are you? Hmm. I don't see anything about anybody being arrested today in Moscow. Everything they've got is just about Bryan Kohberger being arrested. It says here 11 hours ago, no other arrests likely in Idaho murders, chief says. Okay, so people were saying earlier that 2 other people. Okay, now hold on, wait. Give me a second. There was 2 other people arrested at the same time that Kohberger was being arrested. Hold on, I got it right here. It was okay, so they arrested Kohberger yesterday morning on the 30th at 3 o'clock in the morning in Pennsylvania. There was a Dylan J. White arrested on the 30th. He's 23 years old, and he was arrested at 2:52 a.m. So just right around the same time that FBI was or SWAT was hitting Kohberger's home. And then a Jason David Elkins of Meridian, Idaho, age 22, was arrested December the 30th at 2:44 a.m. Now, I don't know if either one of those have anything to do with it, with him, but they were arrested around the same time, just literally minutes apart. But yeah, it's not Stonegator. It doesn't say that those 2 guys have anything to do with Kohberger. And the chief said 11 hours ago that no other arrests are likely in the Idaho murders. But yeah, it was. I think that's why a lot of people were saying it could have, because, like I said, one was at 2:52 a.m. The other was at 2:44 a.m. and he was arrested around 3 a.m.
But what's their charges?
I don't have that. Let me go back and look. Hold on.
Because it's just, you know, something unrelated. So
Let's see. Dylan J. Damn it, my button it wanting to work. Oh my God, y'all! I cannot type tonight.
Happy New Year.
Okay, let's see what it says for Dylan J. White. Let's see. Cops are still searching for a murder weapon. There is nothing. 23. There's nothing. There's nothing even on here about Dylan J. White being arrested.
Weird, huh?
Yeah. Okay. Let me find their jail roster. See what it says. Okay. Because it says the one guy's from Meridian, Idaho. Every time I say Meridian, I want to say Meridian, Mississippi, but I have to catch myself. Hey, is Gigi in here? Hey, Gigi. Okay, Latah County jail roster. Let me see what we got. They got some messed up looking people up there, y'all. Okay, so that was 9/24, 19. I know they gotta have people arrested since September.
Yeah. I hear you.
Okay, so they do not have a Dylan J. White in their jail. Jason David Elkins. I don't see no Dave. No, they don't have either one of them there.
So he probably got bailed out.
Yeah, apparently both of them did, because when I search their name, I don't see it. And if you just scroll through the people that's in there, I mean, it's basically the top one on the list was from October the 17th, and it just goes down in the date from there. Well, no, wait, hold on. It goes from February the 25th of 2022 to December the 16th of 2022. And then it goes to June the 6th of 2022. They never have their shit in order. I'm trying to see if there's... Okay, then they got a 12/29/2022, but that was a lady. See how they have stuff, but they don't have it in order.
Probably in their system, it's in order. It just doesn't translate to the internet that way.
Yeah, which is completely unorganized, says the person who is completely unorganized. Oh my gosh. So now you have to go through each one of these. Okay, where did I hear Justin Dennis Treat's name from? He was arrested 11/18/2022. What was his name from? Was that the dude? Was he? Is that the dude, the Justin Treat guy? Is that the one that threatened the kids with the knife on the bicycle?
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
It happened like before the kids were murdered. Oh. I don't know if that's... But it literally shows they only have 23 people in their jail right now, in Latah County Jail. And he's one of them, but I can't click on his thing. It doesn't
You
have
got
his
a
charge.
jail that's only got 23 people in it?
That's all they got on their website. 23 people in Latah County Jail.
Holy crap. Is it a little building or something?
I don't know. Let's see.
Wow.
That's all it's got. It's 23 people. But this treat guy, I remember him, but it won't let me click on him. Try looking into Ada County. Okay, hold on. Okay, inmate roster. Let's see what we got. Okay, type first letters of the last name. Okay, so let's see. All right, so we got, trying to see if we, oh, here's a Dylan J. White right here. Okay, whoever told me about, wait, who was it? Told me to look. Little Miss Michaela, thank you. Let's see what Mr. Dylan J. White has been arrested for. Grand theft is what he was arrested for. And it's not bailable. All right. Who's the other guy? Jason David Elkins. Okay. This can't be, oh wait, I need to go type it. I was about to say, that can't be all the people they got in their jail. It's just 4 or 5 of them.
Is what that guy they arrested, I can't remember his name, Bryan or whatever the hell it is. If that guy that was just arrested that's going to be extradited, is there any proof that he said something to the arresting officers about that might insinuate anybody else?
Bryan Inton with News Nation went and talked to somebody at the jail where this guy is being held, and they told him that yes, that whenever after he had been arrested and he was talking to the officers, he did ask them if anyone else had been arrested. So that was confirmed.
Okay. So what does that make you think?
I mean, honestly, I would think that he, there was somebody else that maybe not did the crime with him as far as like the murders, but possibly could have been like a getaway driver or a lookout person or something like that, or somebody who helped him plan it. Just a conspiracy. What do you call them? Shit, a person who conspired with him. Accessory, yes. And I'm thinking that maybe he wanted to know if anybody else had been arrested, because in his mind, then he would have thought, okay, so they were arrested before me, then that means they knocked me out. But if I was arrested before them, then I can maybe give up their name and their position in this whole crime and maybe work a deal out with somebody.
Usually the first one in is the one that gets the deal.
Right. And I think that's the reason why he was asking.
But the fact that he was arrested on probable cause, or they had to have something to arrest him on to get the warrant,
right,
tells me that that may not follow through.
I don't know. Some people are saying he could be playing, just playing mind games with the cops, because the chief did say that there's not going to be any other arrests made. They believe that, he acted alone in it and all this and that. And he was obsessed with SKs, this Bryan guy. And somebody was saying that which one was it? Was it Bundy or Gacy that had also said that whenever he was arrested, if I had asked if anyone else had been arrested. So he could have just been doing that, to play mind games with the cops and make them think that maybe there was, other people. So it was John Wayne Gacy that asked the same question when arrested. Okay, thank you, Jeanette.
Okay, so when you guys talk about receipts, if I saw somebody on somebody's channel say something, and it's still up, it's still out there, you could go right to it right now. Is that a receipt?
No, a receipt's whenever you have proof of something. So, like, I'll use the Venmo stuff, for example. If I come on my channel and I say, let me think, who was somebody? Sammy Bono, because we know that he had all the Venmos. If I come on my channel and say, well, I know that Sammy Bono was receiving money for drug sales and alcohol sales through Venmo, and then I pull the Venmo up and I show it to you, then that's the receipt. I have the proof to back it up of what I'm saying.
Okay, so what I'm going to do when I think of it is I'm going to email you something
Okay.
that was on somebody's channel, and I'm going to let you go get the receipt.
You gonna let me do it?
Yeah, well, you have to show it.
Okay.
I mean, if you wanted to elaborate on it, is what I'm saying.
Okay. So in other words, you want me to see if it's true or not. If it's true, get the receipt and show that it's true.
Well, I know it's true because that person showed it.
Okay.
But I don't. Well, I can tell you without telling you.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you would rather email it to me, the information, that'll be fine as well.
It'll be in a nutshell because I hate to type.
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
All right. But I saw that and I went, how come he's the only one that figured that out? Well, no, I gotta tell somebody about that. Check
Okay.
that out.
Bootsy, Happy New Year to you as well. So yeah, that'll be fine. You can email it to me. Okay, let's see. Another creator has Bryan discussing the case on Reddit under a name. He said murders wasn't targeted. He said that they were on the route. He also said Jack D dodged a bullet. But I mean, how do we know that that was actually Bryan discussing that on Reddit? See, looks like he was combining killers' trademarks together. Ted Bundy, Macy so far. I mean, he could have been. I mean, if they wouldn't have called him, how do we know that he wouldn't have become an SK? I mean, it's a possibility. So they knew that it was him for sure out of time because of his emails. Wait, let's see. Grandma was quick. She said people in here were rude. Now let's respectfully. You're two that are really problems. Grandma Tonder. Okay. Dang, Grandma's still in here with us? I see Casey. You know this first. Honestly, I'm wondering, y'all, if this is his first time doing this. Okay, there's more to the story. I just don't know yet because he definitely targeted that house, time, and date for a reason. King Scarlet, I can't remember if you were in here whenever I was talking about this earlier in the live, but he has been accused, this Bryan guy, from a bar owner, another bar, uh, of being rude to women and being disrespectful to them in the way he talks to them and comments that he's made and stuff like that. So whenever I heard that, I was wondering the night that Kaylee and Maddie were at the bar at the corner club, and everybody they kept saying that hoodie guy was the one that got kicked out of the corner club, and he stood outside and he waited for the girls to leave, and then kind of find out it wasn't hoodie guy, that it was some creepy guy that was making the girls feel uncomfortable, and he got kicked out of the bar. I'm wondering if the creepy guy that got kicked out of the bar that night was this Bryan Kohberger dude. And if that's the reason why hoodie guy was walking with them, was to make sure that they were safe and that they got home okay. Let's see. Candy was actually being rude or hateful. Okay, let's see how this person knew about Jack D. I don't know. I just can't wait for the probable cause to come out. That's gonna have a little bit more information, and then the 911 call. Let's see. I wonder the other couple in Oregon that was attacked. Let's see. I sent you the newest Daily Mail post. Okay, let me look at it real quick. So Tonka, how much longer do you have? Is Tonka still in here? Or did she leave? Okay, we're up from Moscow to Pullman goes through a neighborhood like this. Ain't it just a road that goes out on the other side of the campus that goes into Washington, into Pullman? Okay, Tonka, you only have what, like 20 minutes left before your New Year's? Is that right? 20 minutes? Okay. All right, let me see what this email is real quick. Idaho suspect stalked the victim for weeks and wore gloves. Okay. Oh, wow. Wait, she wasn't. Yeah, it could be Scarlett. I feel like he had an inside info about the victims as well. Now, also, King Scarlett, there was a cop that worked for the Moscow Police Department that was fired for watching body cam footage. Authorized to watch. He wasn't doing any reports on them. He wasn't putting his name in as he went in to watch them. And then whenever he was caught, he was fired. So I'm wondering if that person might have had ties in with this guy here, this Bryan dude, and might have been feeding him information. Because someone did bring it up, and I believe they were in Truth and Transparency's chat when it was brought up, when I was watching it today, that if you think about it, Ethan didn't live there, but Ethan was there the night that it happened, so he become collateral damage. But on the body cam footage, Kaylee was on one body cam footage, Xana was on another one, and then Maddie wasn't physically on it, but we could hear her talk on it. And they're the ones that were murdered. The other two were never on it, and they wasn't touched. Okay, his guilt is telling by his question to Illy after the arrest. Yeah, because I mean, why would he want to know if anybody else had been arrested for it? Hey, Linda G, Happy New Year. Yeah, I watched those other cases today and so sad. Well, BK did them. It would be incredible if they called their unalived also. Room. Okay. Fat Boy Slim says, attention chat room. If I win the lottery or somehow magically become rich, I will fly all of us out to Hawaii for a meetup party. Okay. Well, Fat Boy Slim, we're going to hold you to that. All right. So let me see what this is that Mars sent to me real quick. And Judy, you still up here with me? Oh, she dropped down. Okay. Are you back up here with me? Okay. She dropped down again. All right. Let's see. I got the shivers with the cop fired because of watching body cam. Yeah, he was watching it. Like I said, he wasn't going in watching it because he was doing reports. He was just in there watching them for basically no reason. Okay, so wait. So 613 Washington, Sandra Ladd. Yes, she was the 71-year-old lady. Okay, stabbed to death, unsolved. 81321 are Travis and Jamie Lynn, stabbed to death, unsolved. Yeah. Now, Travis passed away. Jamie survived it. She was stabbed 19 times, but she survived it. Okay, y'all, the cat is about to get in trouble. All right. Wait, I don't know where Judy went. Okay. All right, let me read this real quick what Mar sent. And I can't see my chat when I've got this pulled up either, y'all. Oh my gosh, hold on. Okay, the man accused. Let's see how long this is. Wait, I believe this is the one I read earlier. Because this is talking about the friend Ben and all them in it. Let me see if I read the top part of it. Please, just teaching assistant. Yes, I think I read this one. Okay, did I read the part where it says after the murders, he first returned to teaching at the University of Washington, but later drove 2,000 miles from Idaho to Pennsylvania in order to hide out at his parents' Poconos home. Police were on his tail during the cross-country road trip and continued to follow him to Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, where he was ultimately apprehended. So some of this is different, and then when it gets down to the bottom part of it, it's the same thing that. Okay, I'm gonna read this because some of it's different. Give me a second so I can pull it up. Give me a second, y'all. Damn it, I'm pushing the wrong thing here. Okay. All right, y'all. I'm gonna try to hang out until Tonka hits New Year's. I think we got like 15 minutes. SIPA, have y'all checked colleges around Silverton that BCK may have checked into doing his PhD yet? 9mm, I haven't. I don't know about SIPA. Okay, wait. SIPA says there's 2 that I've found. Okay, hold on, y'all. I gotta catch back up in chat. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay. My brain hurt. Doreen, yes. Would you say Kylie Rodney made my brain hurt too? Still does? Yes. It does mine as well. And the sad thing is there's really nothing new. Okay, Judy, you need the link? Hold on one second, honey. Let me grab it right here. All right. Okay, I'm gonna wait for Judy to come up real quick, and then I'm gonna read this. Like I said, I'm gonna hang out until it's 3 o'clock my time, and then that way we'll all be here for Tonkas as well. Hey, Keister Bunny, Happy New Year. Okay, you back?
Let me see.
Okay.
Am I
saw
back?
I saw your message in the private chat that said you were backstage, but I couldn't see it because I had the article pulled up over my screen and I couldn't see it.
I don't know if I'm back or not because I can't see the screen.
Okay, yeah, you're up here though. I've got you pulled up. Wait, what? We have another New Year? That may let's see, my 5th one. Wait, Brian R., what are you talking about? We have another New Year. Oh, never mind. I get what you're saying. You're asking we have another New Year. Yeah, because um Tonka is in Alaska, so she's got 12 minutes until hers is here. I'm not gonna last until Hawaii's, so I don't know if there's anybody in here from Hawaii or not, but I'm not gonna last through yours. All right, Judy, you still up here?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep. But I think
Okay.
you might have to kick one of me out.
Okay.
Or if you see two.
All right, let me see if it'll let me kick you. All right. Okay, you still here?
Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I just want to make sure because I kicked the other one of you out, so I just wanted to make sure.
Well, I can't find the screen that I'm used to seeing when I'm in here live with you, but as long as you can hear me. I emailed you that nugget, whatever.
Okay. All right.
That's right.
I'm gonna go over this article real quick that Mar sent to me because I'm not gonna have to read the whole thing because like half of it I've done read earlier tonight. But I'm gonna read the top part and then I'll look at your email once I'm done with the live. And
Yeah.
I'll go find that receipt for you that you were talking about.
Well, it's not really a receipt. It might be something you're interested in.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, thank you, Mar. Yeah, I'm fixing to read it. Like I said, the bottom part of it is the same that I read tonight, but the top part where it's talking about him stalking the girls is different. And let me grab my phone because I can't see my my chat now that I have this. Okay, so it says Idaho suspect stalked victims for 4 weeks and wore gloves after quadruple murder to avoid leaving trail of evidence, claims friend of investigator. He's not stupid and has been very careful. The man accused of the horrific slayings of the 4 Idaho shit, I can't talk tonight, y'all. The slayings of the 4 University of Idaho students was allegedly stalking the students in the weeks leading up to the murders and wore gloves in public places after the killings. Bryan Kohberger, 28, was fastidious about not leaving his fingerprints behind after the murders, even wearing gloves when he entered a grocery store, according to a source in contact with one of the police officers assigned to follow him there. He's not stupid, and he's been very careful, the anonymous source said. They also alleged that the prompt suspect was stalking his victims ahead of the murders, with their cell phone locations matching on several occasions. Oh, damn. So that's scary. See, not sure if they ever interacted, but his cell phone pings followed their every move for weeks. Kohberger was arrested at the family's home on Friday following a more than month-long investigation. So if he was following them, their every move for weeks, then I'm wondering if that was him at that damn corner club that night that got kicked out.
Or at the food truck hiding.
Yeah, could have been. That is crazy. All right, so it says after the murders, he first returned to teaching at the University of Washington, but later drove 2,000 miles from Idaho to Pennsylvania in order to hide out at his parents' Poconos home. Police were on his tail during the cross-country road trip and continued to follow him in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, where he was ultimately apprehended. According to the students in his class, Kohberger acted as if nothing had happened after the killings took place. WSU's online directory shows he worked as a teaching assistant for the university's criminal justice and criminology program, and he was also a PhD student in the department. Multiple students in the program told Fox Seattle that Kohberger did not appear different following the murders of Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan in Moscow, Idaho, on a 15-minute drive from WSU. another one that's got like a shit ton of pictures. Okay, so that's where I can stop because this is the one where this part of it is what I read earlier, where it's talking about the friends and all that. But that's crazy. It's literally saying that he stalked their every move. Like they've matched his pins up with theirs. Hey, Wolfpack, Happy New Year. That is scary. And you remember whenever they said that Kaylee was at a business and there was two guys there and they followed her out, and when she went to her car, the one guy that was following her turned and went the other way, and they ended up talking to him, and he just said, "No, I was just there meeting women at the business." I wonder if this dude had anything to do with that because that was just what, like, back in when was that when that happened? October, wasn't it?
Well, one of the
Like,
girls felt as if she had a stalker, didn't they?
yeah, because the vape shop dude said that Maddie told him that Kaylee had a stalker.
Mhm. Then it must be on her phone because wasn't the father said that she always took pictures of things that didn't
I don't know.
seem copacetic with her?
I don't know. I must have missed that one, that interview. But yeah, it's saying that he stalked all of them though. Like their pins matched up. Their or not pins, pings matched
Well,
up with his on his phone. That is crazy.
well, there you go for part of the evidence.
Because I mean, if this dude he was studying criminology and he was doing criminal justice. He was really big into SKs. He's learned all this different stuff. I mean, he's infatuated with it. I'm sure he's probably read books on top of books on top of books about all of these SKs and how they did stuff and all this and that. You would think with him studying criminology and criminal justice in this day and time, okay, thank you, Vapor, that he would be educated on the digital evidence part of it to where you would know about phone pings and, all these different things. So if that's what he did, he wasn't, I mean, he was smart. I'm not going to take that away from him, but I don't think he was that smart because that seems that he would know that, don't take, if you're going to go do a crime, don't take your phone with you at any point. If you're stalking somebody, if you're, uh, doing surveillance on a place, don't take your phone. Leave it at home. Don't bring it with you.
You better go check what Vapor sent you because he's an interesting guy.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out here in just one second. Let's see.
Well, if you check out my email, it's only 2 sentences long, so.
All right. Let's see. Okay, wait, let me read this text real quick. Wait, huh? Okay, hold on. I need to mute for just one second. Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
So I was trying to figure out that text message that my husband sent to me, and he was like, "I sent that to you like 20 minutes ago." So, okay, let's see. I'm very invested in the case because my fiance's sister. Yeah, I just gotta catch up real quick. Okay. Okay, I think if he was at the corner bar, they would have informed the police. But I wonder though if I mean the police did get the video footage from the corner bar. They got the inside footage and the outside footage. So I wonder if with the video footage from the bar, what Maddie told Adam, when Maddie told Adam everything, I'm wondering if maybe Jack D, Adam, and the hoodie guy, if they give any type of information on this Bryan dude about that night. Did they see him at the bar? Did they see him, any other time or whatever? Wait, Sifa, what is it? Okay. Okay, wonder why he went to Washington University if he lived in Pennsylvania. Lost. What's your opinion? Millennials, I mean, honestly, I don't see any issue with him going to a college in Washington. There's kids that go to college at LSU and they're from way far away, you know. So I don't think it's a really
The
big deal
courses
because
offered.
yeah, it may be a different type of program than what they have at their home college. And so to me that didn't strike me as odd. Let's see, your son's dream come true. My daughter threw it back on me. Okay, that was towards what you said about your 20 minutes ago. Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah, I didn't know he sent it to me, Sifa. And then I saw it and I was like, I didn't get what he was talking about. Okay, yeah, and it's where Bundy went. Yeah. I think if they start looking into some of the things maybe that Bundy or this John Wayne Gacy did, they may figure a little bit of stuff out about this dude. But at the same time, why are they leaking all this information now that he's been arrested?
Who's been arrested?
Since Bryan Kohberger's been arrested. Like the article that I just read is, an officer close with the investigation is telling all this stuff about him wearing gloves when he went to the grocery store after the murders. Like that's information that they're leaking out. So I wonder why they're
Is
doing
it
that.
really leaking out, or is just somebody making it up?
Well, it could be somebody making it up too, but it just seems weird how, there was no information to be given out to begin with, and now all of a sudden that he's arrested, all these different things come out, all these different people, that are claiming to be friends and went to school with him and all that. And, it's just, especially the information coming from somebody who's supposed to be in law enforcement that's saying all this. YouTubers are wondering that too. Choose one close to Moscow. Okay, let me catch back up here real quick. I just saw another one. Okay. The article, hold on, wasn't that the Daily Mail, Mar, the one that you sent to me? I believe it was. I don't have it pulled up anymore. But that goes back to his questions or the surveys that he did, where he was asking the criminals about how they felt and all this and that. I'm wondering if he was really looking for the perfect partner to do the crime with him, or he was looking for different opinions and different informations on how to create the perfect murder or the perfect crime.
Well, I still say that several nights before he got arrested and somebody was in here talking, I still had a funny feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Real funny feeling.
Right. And there was something else said. What was it? There was something else. I can't remember now what it was.
Vapor sent you something.
Let's see. Let me go check that real quick. Okay, so it's weird to me because I'm pretty sure many people have said things like that when they get arrested. What if anybody else got arrested? All right, let's see. What is it? Oh, the fireworks. That must be in Vegas. That is cool. Thank you for sending that. Oh, yeah, I've got to be careful with this damn end broadcast button on my StreamYard. I've almost hit it like 4 times tonight. Okay, judge report. Did he mention the news? Of murder of crows. How are you? And Happy New Year. All right, y'all. I think I'm about to get off of here. Oh, damn, we missed Tonka's New Year's, y'all. I just now realized what time it was. Okay, so it's like a mind trick to make others feel somebody else still out there and can get them. Yeah, basically trying to throw the cops off. Okay, also it's curious how news sources saying DNA tied the case, but police chief wouldn't confirm. I know they can't say anything, but how does the news know everyone thinks they're... I don't know, Lisa. I don't know if they have some type of inside source that they're getting their information from or what. I don't know. Now, Stu, he did graduate from DeSales College in June of this year. Well, June of 2022. Laura, Happy New Year to you, and you have a good night. Let's see, the media is mad at us. I'm too tired to elaborate, but I could if it wasn't late. Okay. Fat Boy, I'm gonna be on tomorrow night if you wanna come up on panel and tell us what you mean by the media is mad at us. Moonville, Happy New Year to you as well. You're late. Her dad said it, but he can't say anymore. He said that, yeah, he did say that there is a connection between Kaylee and this Bryan dude. He did say that. He said that nobody in his family knows the guy. But once he learns of his identity, then he learned that there was a connection between Bryan and Kaylee, but he couldn't talk about it right now. Okay.
Probably what's on her phone.
Yeah, it could be. But yeah, for right now, though, he said he couldn't elaborate on it. So, let's see. Fat Boy Slim. Okay, that's fine. If you want to come up tomorrow night, just let me know. And whenever I get started, if you're in here, and I'll drop the link for you, and you can come up and tell us what you're talking about as far as the media and stuff like that. All right, y'all. I'm fixing to get off of here. I am super tired.
Did you check your email?
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm sorry. Hold on one second.
Well, I gotta keep you straight.
See, if that's why I got crime crazy and all them. I will literally have an email sitting in my inbox telling me that I need to remember something. Okay.
I guess grandmas are good for something now.
Okay, so it was the last one that you sent me at 2:40, correct?
Who?
Okay. You.
The last one I sent you was 2 lines.
Okay. Person's name starts with an R, the first name?
Yep.
Okay. I just want to make sure I had the right one. Okay. I know what you're talking about on here, but I don't think that's true.
Okie dokie. Thank you very much.
You're
Now,
welcome.
Vapor, check his.
Yeah, his was just he sent me some videos of the shit, I can't think right now. The fireworks out there.
All right. So now you can say goodnight to everybody and get off.
I'm glad you reminded me of that email. But yes, I do know what you're talking about in your email. Um, I remember when that was brought up, and the 2 girls. I'm gonna say this without saying any names, so it doesn't get
Yep.
all
Yep.
brought back up. Okay, so the 2 girls, they do look similar as far as looks go, but the one girl that you brought up in your email actually spoke out in an interview.
Oh, okay. That's all you have to
Um,
say.
yeah, and if I can find the link to the interview, I will grab that link and send it to you so you can read
All
it.
right. Thanks.
No problem. All right, y'all. So I'm fixing to get out of here. Miss Judy, thank you so much for coming up and hanging out with me tonight.
Yep.
It's been a blast.
Sleep tight. Don't let the alligators bite.
I'm gonna try not to. And if they did, I probably wouldn't feel it because I'm probably gonna end up passing out. I'm so tired.
All righty. Take care, hon.
You too.
All
Happy
right.
New Year.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye bye. All right, guys. I'm fixing to get out of here. I need to go to bed. I'm tired. So we made it through from the East Coast to the Alaskan coast. Joe, thank you, and you have a good night. Like I said, I don't know if anybody's in here from Hawaii, but I'm not gonna make it till Hawaii's New Year's. But thank you all for coming and hanging out with me. Um, thank you for all the support. Happy New Year to everyone. Uh, we're gonna rock out 2023. We're gonna have bigger and better things. I still got to come up with a New Year's resolution. Let's see. I'm so grateful I found your chat back then. You really made my year better. Thank you, Mar, and I love you, honey. So I'm gonna get out of here, y'all, and I will be back later on tonight. Wolfpack, we're gonna rock 2023 out for sure. 2022 was a good year, but it had a lot of up and downs emotionally with these cases. I'm sure we're gonna have more cases in 2023, but that's okay. We're gonna keep the victims' names out there, and we're gonna keep the families in our prayers, and we're gonna do what we do. So I'm just gonna get out of here. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Happy New Year to everyone. Be safe, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow.